Morning. The last few stragglers, Tony. Not singling anybody out, but, sit down. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the role of connectivity in transforming the UK. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to stand here before you, but today you've got me as your master of ceremonies, so I'm not doing a keynote, I'm just making sure everybody gets to the panels and to the podium at the right time. This is an event brought to you by the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology and UKTIN, the UK Telecommunications Innovation Network. And for those of you who are not maybe familiar, as some of the others, with what the work of UKTIN is, we're a government-funded innovation network for the telecom sector in the UK. We bring together industry, academia, government stakeholders to catalyse telecoms R&D, talent in investment, cooperation and commercialisation. We were formed in 2022, and it's been delivered by a consortium of 4 partners that draw upon very distinctive and diverse strengths in a collaborative approach through Digital Catapult, Cambridge Wireless, University of Bristol and WM5G. I've not been told about any fire alarms today, so I assume if it goes off, head for the green exits. Usual telephone etiquette, please. Put it on silent. Don't mind you using them, but I don't want to hear them. Thank you. So, without further ado, let me begin by thanking you for all taking the time out to come to today's event. First up with an apology. Should never start a speech with an apology, but we had to move the event from November due to logistical errors. So thanks for those of you who booked in on the last one to come today again. And again, from us, many apologies for having to move it, but it was something we had to do given the challenges we were facing at the time. So, thank you for all coming. It's your presence here that makes these events so meaningful, and to the reason we are here today to discuss how adopting wireless solutions, communication solutions can transform industries, public services and drive local growth. The event will shine a light on the current state of the adoption of advanced communication technologies in the UK, including the solutions available from industry, the role of local authorities and what they can do, transforming connectivity, and what needs to be done to further the sectors of transport logistics, health and social care, manufacturing, agri-tech and tourism. And I think, if you see the agenda, we have a fantastic programme ahead. So what's in store for you today? Over the course of the next few hours, we'll hear from incredible speakers, witness some informative panel sessions, and of course enjoy each other's company throughout the networking opportunities built into the day. Like I do at all these events, I encourage you to fully immerse yourselves in the event, engage with the sessions as much as you can, and make the most of the opportunity to connect or to reconnect with those around you, which is really interesting to see so many faces that I know from doing all this work with the 5G Testbed and Trials programme and the work at UKTIN. It's good to see so many of you back here. But before we dive into the programme, I'd like to set the tone for the day. As Steve Jobs once said, technology is nothing. What's important is that you have the faith in the people. They are good, they are smart, and if you give them the right tools, they will do wonderful things with them. Which to me translates ultimately the adoption of new technologies finally comes down to the willingness of people to remain curious to change, enabled by new ideas and the technology that comes with it. Or another way to put it is a quote from Stuart Barnes, who's an American writer and technologist. And for those of you as old as I am, shouldn't be confused with the other Stuart Barnes, which is a former England rugby player or Sky commentator. But then he said, once a new technology rolls over you, if you're not part of the steamroller, you're part of the road. So there's a thought to think about. So as you can see from the agenda, we have an incredible lineup, and it's my job to ensure things run smoothly, on time, and most importantly, with a smile. So with that, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Sit back, relax, and get ready for a great day. So let's begin this event by myself inviting Keith Bullock, who is the DCITS Programme Director responsible for the Future Networks Programme. And thank you once again, and over to you, Keith.
Great. Thank you, Ian. Good morning, everyone. Sorry? Slide on. Yes, good point. There I am. That is me. I must admit, the Stuart Barnes I know is the rugby guy, so it goes. So yes, I work in digital infrastructure in Department Science of Innovation and Technology. So that's telecoms and data centres. And in terms of the topic for today, it's quite a bold thing to attempt in 10 minutes up front, and so I'm going to sort of make some excuses up front. What I do want to do is preface what I think the important thing for us to be talking about today is in that context, and that is business cases. I know it's not the most glamorous thing to be talking about, but I know we'd like a lot to talk about technology, and we like to talk a lot about use cases, and we've done some brilliant use cases. But I think if we really want to talk about words like transformation at a UK level or at the level of public services, it really is time that we articulated the business case really clearly. And I think the reason why that's important for today is that it was one of the things we always wanted to do with the Innovation Regions programme. We wanted it. So my quibble here really is with the word future, actually, in that. I don't think if we're really talking about adoption and we're really talking about scale and transformation, I think we should be talking about today's technologies. And a lot of the language in Innovation Regions projects is about not future telecoms, not the promise of things that are sometime in the future, but what can actually be done today. And there's an awful lot that can be done today, and we'll hear a lot about that today. But for the panels and for the speakers, I think the challenge we should all sort of place on them a bit is to talk about the business case. And I just want to use these few minutes to say a bit more about that. So in Whitehall at the moment, there are two words that come up constantly at the moment. One is growth, of course. The word is everywhere at the moment and implied in the title of this session. The other word you hear a lot of is tight, as in it is a tight fiscal situation, meaning, Keith, all those hundreds of millions of pounds you've been spending over the years doing all this cool stuff, if you're going to have any more of it, it really has to be clear where it's heading. And that is why I want to talk about business cases. I think we should be talking about business cases today. And in saying that, I don't mean to undermine the other stuff that we do in digital infrastructure, or the other stuff that we have done. Ian mentioned the 5G testbeds and trials program. It's just that the case I want to make is that it's only really when you're talking about adoption that you really are laying the foundations for anything that is substantial and material in terms of growth. So to explain, going back to 5G testbeds and trials, where Ian and I first met. Now, there was a growth story in that. There was growth, or at least its near neighbour, productivity, was a big part of what we were talking about there. And the theory behind 5G testbeds and trials was that the UK was missing out in terms of the advantages from previous waves of technology, so that other countries were moving faster in a more determined way to provide the sort of connectivity and infrastructure that would unleash productivity. The idea of 5G testbeds and trials was not, as some people thought, to make sure 5G would be everywhere overnight. It was more about trying to understand how the productive sectors of economy, by which I mean the public services, sectors like manufacturing, transport and logistics, tourism, creative industries, we went through all of those. The idea was to stimulate the thinking. Yes, to stimulate the technology, to get some organizations moving a bit further forward, to get some technology moving a bit further forward. But underneath all that, the idea was, let's start thinking about it. And ideally, we would have had an and of course then we were talking about 5G, we were technology focused, something we might want to come back to. I don't think, like I said before, I don't think we should latch onto a particular technology. It's what it means is important. But thinking about it, what we were doing then with 5G technology, we really wanted to show, yes, there is a story to be told there, but what would really have worked well would have been to follow straight on from that with a strong adoption process, because the technology was still forming. That's my point, really. While we were doing 5G, the technology was still forming. So the growth that you're going to get at that point isn't the sort of growth that informs a business case for doing something at scale, because for that, you've really got to be on top of the economics, right? And that brings me back to why I think we should be talking about advanced technologies that exist today. So 5G testbeds and trials, fine. It was a growth story behind it, but it wasn't massively growth promoting in itself. The team I'm in does a huge amount of work around, so the department I'm in, a huge amount of work around security and resilience. And, you know, for many years, that was one of the main themes behind what we do. And of course, from a growth perspective, there's a straightforward argument here. If the infrastructure upon which you're building your innovation, your future services, if it's perceived as being insecure, if you believe there are high-risk vendors in the supply chain, if you believe there's a lack of resilience because you're over-dependent on certain vendors in the supply chain, that prompts in itself another way of thinking. It's there to protect growth, but not necessarily to drive growth. Or at least the connection is sort of not as direct. And I think you see it in some of the other stuff we do, you know, the things like B2UK, which has been there all that time. The story around B2UK, of course, that people, the politicians in particular, will latch onto the social aspects of that, which are, of course, really valuable. But there is a growth story there as well, always to be weighed against it. The inclusion, the bringing of the right level of connectivity to people in the right place where they need it, in the right form, that also enables them to participate in the economy in a way. There's growth there. And in a government that is really about to double down on providing its own services, the central government services digitally, you've got to be able to reach the whole population when you do that. So it all adds up. But I maintain that until you are talking about the adoption of technologies at scale, you are not really talking about transforming public services or the UK economy. So, back to business cases, adoption and business cases. One of the things we really wanted to understand out of all of these 5G innovation and regions projects is, how is the business case looking? And we know you haven't got long. I said before, we should have kicked off adoption straight after 5G testbeds and trials. Timing is everything in government spending, as it is in many other things. I'm just glad that we got there when we did, and we have had the chance to kick off what is a range of really exciting projects. And I don't want to overset expectations. There's a limit to what anyone can do with 18 minutes. 18 minutes, yeah, there is a limit to what you can do with 18 minutes. 18 months worth of research. But I think we should be starting to see the clues. And at least if we're not, or if there's still questions, we need to be understanding why that's the case. So I think the exciting thing for me about today is that we have, as Ian was saying, the different angles on this question of the business case and adoption all here. I think on the demand side, the idea is that if you're a local authority, you can start to stack business cases. You can start to not rely on a technology investment washing its face in a sort of narrowly defined sphere. What you can look at is how a common infrastructure might support many use cases that are of particular importance in that area. So we want to understand from those local authorities, how is that looking? How is it stacking up? Is it starting to make sense? Same is true when we've got sectors here today, and we'll be talking about some of the ones I've mentioned before. I think is manufacturing, agriculture, the health and social side of this as well. We will be interesting to know, how is the business case stacking up there? Is the investment starting to look as though, is it looking stronger, firmer, or are there still big areas of doubt around it? And then when we come onto the supply side, even if all that demand does start to look as if it's sort of starting to converge around a strong case for investment, is there a supply side story? Are there people who can supply into that, whose own business cases will stack up into this? Have they got an addressable market that's of a scale where the risk profile is sensible, that they can get into that and see a profit for themselves? I think it's only when you can, that's the aim of the programme, to start inform that whole picture of how, well, I think this really comes down to not technology, not use cases, but economics. And I think, we're in a good place to talk about this today. And I am hoping, like I said, my steer would be for the panels to address that. So let's talk, what is the evidence? What is the evidence telling us what should we do next? In government at the moment, the fight for spending is tougher than ever. We have just been through the most brutal spending review that I've ever seen, and that was only for next year. The picture for the following year is tougher still. So the other thing for us to all think about is this question of sustainability that we've talked about it before. At what point, how close are we to actually allowing central government to step back and for the initiatives that we're running to sort of run themselves? So, all big questions, not answers. Sorry about that. Thank you, UKTIN, for giving us the opportunity to debate this here. I don't suppose we'll nail it all today, but there'll be other chances. We're hoping to do another event around all our programmes towards the end of March, and that will be very much set up to have these debates. So that's enough from me. I think hopefully that sets a bit of the scene. And back to Ian before we get on to the first panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. As always, very insightful. It's always good to hear it from, been in that role myself, understanding the complexities that are running government, but also working with industry and public services and other bits and pieces. It's very challenging. And I really feel for you about this spending review. From the UKTIN side, it's been challenging, let alone from what you've had to deal with. So thank you for your hard work and the team's work on that. So that's great. So, introduce the next panel of the view from connectivity from solution providers. We've had a change to personnel here. The chair, we've actually updated the slide as well. It's very good. So Holly couldn't make it today due to other reasons, but we have Paul stepping in, who's also part of DCIT. And are you in the wireless infrastructure group still? Yes, I thought so. We have Gadra Botros from the Public Sector Divisional Health from Vodafone. Marcus Dorling, Client Director, Public Sector, Bolden Networks. And Chris Keown, Director at BT. So without further ado, I'll hand you over to your chair, Paul, and panel. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Hello, panel.
Hello.
That is not what I look like. I am not a logo, and I do not represent the entirety of DCIT. So, the view from connectivity solutions providers. I think Keith touched upon the importance of having that strong collaborative relationship between supply and demand. So I think it's really important that we kick off the day hearing from supply side. We've already had kind of Ian's intro, but maybe if you could introduce yourselves and what you see your role is in actually supporting the public sector, then I'll kind of give a brief kind of context from a DC point of view, and then we'll get into panel discussion. So,
great.
Over to you.
So I'm Chris Keown. I lead an area within BT known as Division X, which is a fantastic job title but tells you nothing about what I actually do. It's the space where we are looking at exactly these types of topics. So what's coming next? How do we actually create the business cases, stop being as technology-led, and working with people like yourselves to actually co-create and innovate around the needs of today, but also with a view of what's going to be happening tomorrow.
Thank you. Ghada.
Okay, my name is Ghada Botros. So I work for Vodafone. I'm currently heading the business development for the public sector. So I've been with Vodafone for quite a long time, moving across different countries like South Africa, Egypt, and the group, which gives us the chance to capitalize on the global footprint and the best practice in other markets and bring it here to the UK and to the public sector. Definitely technology is a passion area that I have. I like to simplify it and deliver really technology that would create value. So that's why I'm so excited to be with you today in that great panel.
Great, thank you, Gerda. Marcus?
Thank you, and I'm Marcus Dorling from Bolden. I'm responsible for our public sector engagement, and I've been doing that over the last 18 months. There might be a question in the room compared to some of these household names, who's Bolden? Bolden are a global neutral host provider and investor. You'll probably best know us for our role in delivering cellular infrastructure, which you're seeing go across the London Underground as we speak. And also tackling connectivity for London boroughs as part of that project. But also we're behind and in partnership with Sunderland, which has just been declared by, I think it was the Sunday Times, as the UK's leading smart city. And behind two up-and-coming DSIT 5G IR projects, one in Kingston to deliver smart lighting columns and how they can be used and the benefits they can deliver, and a very exciting project also in West Sussex, and I know the team's here today, to drive growth and use technology to secure and grow viticulture, horticulture, perhaps lead to automation, with a really keen eye on education with the relevant colleges in that area to drive the future workforce that's going to bring that forward and bring food security. I think that's a subtle overview.
Brilliant. Thanks, everyone. So why is this important? So my job, other than being called in at the last minute to host the panel, it's the portfolio lead for 5G innovation regions and also the kind of smart lampposts project. And I think across all these adoption programs, and historically before then, we've seen the increasing need for a strong relationship between industry and the public sector, working towards a shared understanding, a shared vision, a shared set of outcomes. There's increasingly a role for advanced wireless connectivity in the delivery of public services, essential public services such as housing, health and social care, and advanced connectivity. It's not the technology itself that matters, it's what it can achieve. It's how it can help a local authority, public sector body, find increased efficiencies, unlock new opportunities, and actually make that step change in what they are doing. Across the 5G innovation regions, across SIP and other projects, we're seeing how connectivity solutions can support a whole range of really tricky sectors that are under a lot of pressure, such as allowing opportunities for technology-enabled care, monitoring and management of social housing, improving local transport systems, logistics, and helping to utilise the adoption of advanced connectivity in a smart city solution. The public sector isn't going to do that on its own. You know, there are varying degrees of understanding of what actually is first of all required, but how to deliver a solution to that, it's often quite difficult. So it's almost trying to find a common language, a common understanding for local government to say, here's what we need, and to have that relationship with industry who can say, well, we can help you deliver what you need through these solutions. And I think it's that shared understanding. It's what connectivity can achieve. It's having that clear view about how to go about doing that. And it's building that trust, that shared language between connectivity providers and also the public sector. So kind of following on from that, I think my first question would be, what do you offer? You know, what can you bring to the table if a local authority, regional authority comes to you and says, hey, you know, we want to do X, Y, and Z. So what are the solutions that you provide? Is it a managed service? Is it standalone 5G? Is it something else? So I think, Marcus, do you want to kick off this one? Because I know you're doing a lot in this space, and then we'll get you some
that's fine. So I think the brief I was given is what technology. I very much echo what was said at the beginning of this. Technology is a part. I see three pillars to addressing the challenges and the need for growth. So within our kit bag, which I think is common to yourselves, we have all the technologies there. We have small cell, macro cell, DAS that we're rolling out for the underground. The Wi-Fi, IoT, LoRaWAN, But all those technologies form but one part of how we address this solution. I think it's then how you listen to what the council or the public sector is trying to achieve and the challenge and understand it. No one will know their challenges better than them. How you then use that technology and the intellectual property you've gained as a business and from other projects. The approach you then take, we're very much behind the neutral host agenda, which means, for those who don't know, we build a single infrastructure for many to use and benefit on, which should be faster, cheaper, create better reach, better use of money, and be better for the environment. And then a key part for me is investment. We're lucky enough to be backed by the Canadian People's Pension Fund, which gives us a 20 to 30 to 50-year horizon on return on projects. So as we get engaged with the public sector, the need for money is ever more for private sector investment. And we're able to entertain those projects because we can look at that long term. We don't need the money back in 2 or 3 years. And for the most part as well, in doing that and going to commercialise the asset, which is where our expertise lays, also generate a revenue stream for those customers as well. So I find that you need all three. You need the approach, you need the technology, and you need the investment. And I think investment's probably the biggest blocker out there at the moment.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'd be interested in the view of a network operator.
So I think reflecting back on our company, connectivity is our main asset, is our main offering. On the top of the connectivity, we have a wide span of solution in the area of IoT, cloud, unified comm, and all these kind of spectrum that would give the needs that are needed for the local authority and public sector. What we always believe is the value of kind of co-creation. So we do a lot of customized solution as well, bespoke. So it is not one size fits all. We don't believe that this is what will bring the value. We believe very much into sitting with our customer, understanding what are their challenges, what are their needs, what is the outcome they are looking for, and then designing the solution that would achieve the maximum outcome. I think this has proved everywhere that this is the most efficient way and the most impactful way to deliver technology. And that's why I mentioned that I have a lot of passion on technology. So we also like to, we like to say it inside Vodafone that we like to drink our own champagne. So we have, to give an example, we use AI and IoT for our network, and this already, kind of resulted into a lot of efficiency in terms of the energy for the network and the spend for the network. So we do trial our own solution to ensure that it is delivering the right ROI that's needed. So you just talked about investment. So talking about investment, maybe I should tell you also that we have a great news because we finally have got the CMA approval for the merge of Vodafone and Three, and this gives us a commitment, a true commitment to spend 11 billion in the next decade on network. So to build a very strong 5G network that would deliver all what the local authority and public sector growth aspiration are. So I think I talked a lot.
I think from our perspective at BT, very similar because we're both operators. I think we've been very proud to sort of have the backbone of connectivity for the UK for many, many decades. And I think the biggest step change that we're now approaching in our business is, historically we've tended to be quite siloed in the technologies, and you've already heard a lot. We've got to stop being technology focused. So we would have a fixed broadband organisation and a 5G private networks organisation, and you'd be talking to many different people, different teams, and actually, our approach now is converged connectivity at the point that it matters for the user of that. So if I think about my journey here today, just as a consumer, at my local station, I connected automatically to a BT public Wi-Fi hotspot. Then I was on our 5G standalone network. Then I was on the underground with the work that we've done with Bolden. I don't have to think about any of that. And it's how do we translate that to a sort of enterprise public sector environment as well, where actually that we're not becoming siloed in each of those sort of technologies, and it's not a if we build it they will come scenario. It's actually sitting with you and understanding, you know, what are those needs. There's especially the ones that are, you know, we maybe haven't been able to address because we've operated so siloed before, and you start bringing those different component pieces together, and you know, to Keith's point earlier, actually doing the business casing around that rather than it being sort of in this sort of perpetual test and validation from a technology standpoint. And that's what we're really trying to accelerate. So, and I will say openly, I hope I don't get too many technical questions, because I'm new into telecoms actually, only for a year or so. I previously worked in more hyperscaler technology environments, and what I'm hoping to bring in working with people like you is sort of that iterative environment to actually go at this faster, because we know the technology is capable, we know that it's there, we've seen both from tests that we've all done in the UK and in other you know, countries around the world, but it's actually got to now starting with the customer and using that as the experience and demystifying some of the complexity and focusing more on the experience and the outcomes.
That's great, thank you. All really good points about how, you know, it's looking at how do you achieve those outcomes, how does advanced technology help you achieve those outcomes. So without kind of thinking so much about the tech side, it's what is the business case for moving from legacy connectivity like 4G to 5G? You know, what are the opportunities that 5G unlocks? So, Chris, do you want to kick off that?
Yeah, this is one that actually, you know, I think that, as I said, there's been a lot of test beds and trials and understanding. Actually, we have made sure we've learned through that, and you know, ourselves and with partners and worldwide partners as well. Depending on whose numbers you look at, broadly anywhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of people that are investing in 5G, whether that's public, private, sliced, hybrid, are seeing a return on that within 1 year. And that comes, you know, with the ability to be able to connect more devices, for that to be more reliable, more secure, more addressable, you know, sort of democratizing some of that access to the networks. You know, we just completed a trial, our first real-world trial in Belfast just before Christmas on a sliced, quite a simple scenario. People couldn't pay for their beer at Belfast Christmas market, right? Which is quite a fundamental issue if you're in a beer tent. And sort of being able to expose our network, allow that to be sort of addressed to say, actually, for these 3 weeks, I need you know, connectivity that is more reliable than I'm used to getting. That was transformational for that customer, right? So if you start to think about how in a, you know, local government scenario, we start to expose pieces of those networks that you can dial up and dial down and you know, use the bits that you need when you need to use them without having to worry about actually what is the underlying technology. That's one of the beauties that our 5G standalone network will start to offer. And then when you start to overlay the converged pieces as well. What's really interesting for us, well, certainly for me coming into this new, is that, you know, I still haven't had anybody come to me and say, I would like to have a private 5G network, right? They start with, I've got this problem. It's our role then as the provider to say, actually, these are the solutions that we can help you build and you know, cobble together and build over the top and bring in some partners, because, you know, invariably we will be greater than the sum of our constituent parts when we do that. But we've got to move now from the can the technology do this to actually what you know, efficiency benefit, workers, you know, public safety, all of the sort of things that we hear and we know and we read and we see, actually start putting some tangible answers behind some of those as we business case it.
No, great, thank you. What's your view? Yeah, Marcus.
I think I echo those points. I mean, my experience, I hadn't been in the cellular side of things until I came to Bolton 18 months ago. And I was very shocked by the lack of coverage, even here in London. It's often taught that there's great coverage, and we all need coverage. Everything we do in our lives needs connectivity, and certainly cellular connectivity can get further and better reach than you can on fixed infrastructure, although that sits underneath. And my observation is from the projects we're rolling, as we start to deploy fibre across the boroughs under the TCP arrangement with TfL, we are creating great business cases to invest to roll out small cell using the Red Route infrastructure and then the borough's own infrastructure and street assets, and capitalising on those to attract the M&Os who are here today, to actually want to take service and deliver a proper coverage service. Having coverage is great, but it's got to be usable coverage. And that, for me, becomes exciting because that's then enabling, to your point, we've been working with a few of the well-known London markets that unbelievably, as they've all moved in, no one carries cash anymore, to tapping in, tapping out and paying for your services. And they didn't have connectivity. Lots of shops are becoming pop-up shops in the high street, and there's a very big focus from the GLA now in trying to drive the high street to growth and to get business running in there. So I think the more we can all do together, obviously from us from a neutral host perspective, but what the operators are doing as well, to drive usable 5G connectivity, in some cases even as a replacement. And I think also, one bit we haven't touched on today is social value. I think we all need to do better working together to deliver social value and inclusion, because there are so many people excluded from connectivity. And we all probably in this room take for granted that you just get on your device, access what you want, buy what you want, get the best information. There's a whole segment of society that don't, and these projects need to go on as we do that and deliver service to those people and bring them back in, because I think they're excluded at the moment.
Thank you. Gada?
So basically, I mean, we can hear a lot about 5G and how it can deliver high speed, low latency, but I mean, I don't want to stop here. So building on what have been said, 5G standalone is just revolutionary. This is how we see it inside Vodafone, and that's because it's able to deliver a quality of service and reliability that really can enable mission-critical operation. And honestly, the social impact of the 5G is just so big. So I want to try to quantify it more into numbers and to make it more tangible for all of us and practical. So I will talk about 3 different areas where we've conducted an in-depth research to try to populate what would be the impact of standalone 5G if it is adopted at scale, if it is really a transformation in this country. So the first area I'm going to touch is the healthcare. So our research indicates that the 5G standalone enabled technology can kind of save for the NHS 1 billion per year. And this is covering the health and social care. And honestly, this is almost equivalent to more than 15,000 funding for the nursing. So it is a huge budget down there. And obviously, NHS and the healthcare is on the top priority of the government. The second area I want to touch base on is the value of 5G technology in a smart city. Let us take the example of the lights. So our research indicate that the 5G enabled technology for the smart lighting can save almost 700 million for the councils in 5 years. And not only that, but I mean touching based on sustainability, so it can save also 1 million of the CO2 emission. And you know how much 1 million of CO2 emission is equivalent to? It is almost equivalent to 250,000 cars transforming from diesel or petrol to electric. So it is a huge change, really a big transformation. The third area I want to touch base on are the public sector buildings. So again, the value of the 5G standalone enabled technology on saving for the energy bill is estimated to be almost 500 million in 1 year for the whole of the UK. So just to make it also more clear, so it is like saving of 350K in an average city. And this is just the beginning of the 5G, and I really mean it, because the amount of applications that come every day out of the power of the connectivity and the 5G standalone are unlimited. So it's based on the outcome, the business case we want to build, what are the KPI that we want to change, And then based on that, we can select what is the right solution, what is the right technology. And we have a lot of examples that we started to do that already with. Maybe I will touch base in the next part of the panel.
Just to build on that very quickly, if I can, because those numbers are phenomenal, right? But I think that there's a commonality that we've seen where we have worked with partners that have started to adopt some of these newer technologies, which is that they have a fundamental shift change in that mindset of this is an IT cost or a networking cost or a connectivity cost versus this is an investment. And that the moment that you have that mindset shift of actually we're investing here for those kind of big long-term savings, transformational societal benefits, that's definitely sort of the commonality from a customer maturity is thinking very differently and having that right conversation from an investment. But I'm sure it's the same.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think, we've heard from you about your perception of the market, what you can bring, some of the incredible opportunities that can be unlocked by providing these advanced connectivity solutions. But kind of now moving about, the other side, your customers and all this, local government, public bodies, and you made a really good point that actually, historically, this has a cost. There is a longer term view about what can be achieved by investing now. So it's, to some extent, we're in a room with very well-informed local authority representatives, who've been on this journey. There are others out there who they're not quite there yet. So this is it's not an easy question, but what would you think is the right business model for you to work with local government? It's going to vary, it's going to be really different, but I'd be really interested in Voda's point of view. Garda, first, if you want to answer.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you.
So I believe the right model is the collaboration between the private and the public sector. Honestly, there have been a great progress on that field that has already been done by the DSAT and the wireless infrastructure strategy on the space of the collaboration, bringing both private and public, as Keith touched base on the 5G innovation region and all what's happening. So, if we go to that collaboration, we take it to the next step. So it's a co-creation model where, we sit in a workshop, we understand the challenges very well, we demo what we can do as a consultancy to improve these challenges, and together we build what is the right solution that would deliver impact. And we've started that approach already with several local authorities. So I will name a few of them, but honestly, we're doing much more than that. So we're engaged, I think, in almost 6 of the 5G innovation region. So I will talk about Coventry as the first one. So basically, the collaboration with Coventry started back in 2017. So it's like 7 years from now, so very long time. So this collaboration we started by building together what is the future vision, what we want to achieve. In 2020, the first 5G standalone was powered in Coventry. And this was fantastic because it was used to empower the virtual reality training for the student nursing. So they were able to see the whole body and to navigate through and to learn a lot from that. Following that, also we're able to provide connectivity for almost 3,000 staff members in the council. And I think it was even the first media lab there to test the network slicing. And this is just the beginning. So we've built together a huge roadmap for the smart city to try to enable and support the waste management, the energy efficiency, and the objective that Coventry has built. Another example that's coming, of course, from the 5G innovation region is we've worked intensively with Oxfordshire City Council for the Harwell Innovation and Research Campus. And this is a very recent project, so we started in the last year and we're currently in the delivery phase. And on that one, it is a mobile private network. So it's a 5G private network for the campus. The campus is full of research labs, among which, for example, is the European Space Agency. And we do believe that the strength of that private network will not only deliver the quality of service, the reliability, the speed, but it will enable so many new use cases for these research and labs that are there that I'm sure will enable more technology advancement for the whole country. Also, I mean, another great example is Swansea. We've been working with university, with the Bay, with so many entities in Swansea as well for, to enable 5G connectivity for the campus and the wider community. And we're doing now a lot of trials in the healthcare area to improve, to come up with finding to improve the well-being. And we look forward really to continue that collaboration with Swansea and with all of the entities that we're working to achieve their own objective, their own agenda through the power of the 5G standalone.
Thank you. Marcus.
I suppose I have a slightly, these are fantastic, different perspective. We are an infrastructure company. So we are very much looking to invest in infrastructure and get these things to work where perhaps the public sector is suffering financially to do so. And if we look at London, for example, it was a great vision from Transport for London to include the provision of us being able to facilitate services, dark fibre services to London boroughs. We've done 11 so far, utilising a mixture of borough spend to save money and the Mayor's Office funding. In most cases, it might surprise you to learn that the money we've actually secured is less than the project cost us. We've actually spent more money, and this comes to this investment piece and this long-term view. And we're building that with our investors, the Canadian People's Pension Fund, based on the vision we then have and the view of the likely uptake of 5G, but other services we could deploy across those boroughs. So we're starting to augment LoRaWAN, Wi-Fi. We're looking at the agenda there to have a pan-London Wi-Fi network, and how we can also interact with the boroughs to perhaps commercialise. Many boroughs, and I'm speaking specifically to London, and I'll talk to Sunderland in a second, have quite extensive fibre networks for their own use, some of which have been a little commercialised. And we, as an investor in commercial entity, are looking to work with them then to help them commercialise the connectivity to the vast number of hyperscalers and data centres in London, the cellular requirements of the people we have here today and the wider cellular community. Plus also look to bring a smart city overlay to that. So enabling the council to deliver better, faster services, save money, and commercialise what they already have. Today, I don't think they benefit from to such a great extent. Then if we go to Sunderland, I think if Liz was here, she'd be saying we built the network of networks based on a dark fibre network that then had Wi-Fi, LoRaWAN over 160 square kilometres, and a true partnership, and it's been driven from the very top of the council and Bolton to make it work, which is now successfully not only generating revenue, but attracting foreign inward investment and lighting up a raft of services that the council simply didn't have before. So it's these symbiotic relationships at the same time, and I'm going to hark on about this because it's a personal passion of mine, addressing social value, bringing people back in and giving them access so they can progress. That's really important to me personally. And as we continue through the DSIP projects, we're very keen that they don't only serve a 3 or 4 or 5 year pilot, but go on, as we're seeing with West Sussex, to have an ambition for how's that going to self-perpetuate and have that virtuous circle. That's it from me. Thank you.
Chris.
Very similar theme, which I think, for me, this starts with the openness around the innovation. So, infrastructure investments, very capital intensive. It is a tight environment. We would much rather be spending our money on building the right infrastructure to aid some of those initiatives. But then to get the kind of the solutions and the services on top of that, we've got to bring in partners to do that. And I think the more openly we can do that in sort of these kind of environments are fantastic as well, because it's subscale if every individual part of that is trying to solve those problems by themselves. Whereas actually, if you come together and say, we all have this, very similar needs or invariably actually the same needs, why do we try and solve this on our own rather than coming together with different parts? So knowing where our role stops as providing that backbone and the security and the solutions on top that we would build versus co-creating with partners, with other technology providers. And I think we've got some really good examples of that. Again, this is more from a tourism industry, again in Belfast, who are sort of leading the charge in some of this. Well, we've built out some of those things where we look at that from how do we do the resiliency of the network and the security of the network, and with our research teams and then universities and then eventually a service provider, we actually have a very clear map then of who's owning what's part of that, so that we can be much more efficient with our resources. The other part of it is we truly do believe that connectivity is the backbone of many, many things, and some things that you often don't consider. So we've been doing a lot of work around electric vehicle connectivity, both from the car and the charging infrastructure. And one of the things that sort of came out with that is actually there's a significant barrier from adoption of electric vehicles from a basis of people who have experienced it, maybe as they've rented a car for a weekend, they've gone off and driven somewhere, they can't charge the car because the car's not connected, or they can't get the app to connect to the payment portal to actually charge the vehicle. So that might not be something when we're thinking about both the charging infrastructure and actually what contribution does electric vehicles have to net zero targets and so on. You wouldn't automatically always default to, there's a connectivity element to that. And that's where, bringing in operators, service providers, solution developers, to actually look through all of those different value chains, at some point, almost certainly, that will end up with a connectivity need somewhere in that basis.
If I may follow up on that, kind of just reflecting on something Keith said about sustainability. So when you're looking to develop these business cases, when you're looking to co-create them, when you're looking to identify the solutions that are required, how you're going to work together, how do you kind of factor in those thoughts about how do we make this a sustainable relationship?
Very interesting. So from a starting position, we are investing an enormous amount in making our networks more sustainable. We've got some technology now which will close down cells when they're not in use, so that we're not actually powering them when they don't need to be, and so on. And the other part that we're looking at is we have a product called Active Intelligence, which takes movement data, lots of transport people, folks in this room who are using that product today. And you can start to make intelligent decisions around actually what's the movement of people, is it getting too heavily congested, do we need to move things, change traffic light signaling. This whole kind of vehicle to everything is a big part of that. All of those are component parts of low emission zones. And if you look at some of the work that not through us, but there was some fantastic work done in Barcelona around exactly that point, which is using a network that is sustainably built. So networks for sustainability and sustainability for networks is kind of the way that we approach it. It can power both things. The amount of data, we've got 200 million devices that connect to our networks in some form over the course of a year. The amount of sort of data that gives us on what's happening where and when, and how we might use that to inform some of those decisions, whether that's transport planning, patient pathways and so on, will have an effect on those sustainability benefits, but we often don't consider them straight off the bat.
Do you have a view from Voda's perspective?
Of course. So I mean, if we talk about Vodafone itself, we have a lot of objective in the sustainability area. So we aim to be zero net by 2027. Our network now is almost 100% fueled by renewable energy. And I mean, like, if we look at the last 4 years, we've reduced our CO2 emission by almost 93%, and we're continuing to do that. And we fuel all of that by using also our own technology in our network to improve the efficiency. If we look at what we do with our customers, with our supplier, this is the mindset that we approach the business casing. Sustainability is in the core of it. This is what we encourage. That's why we believe really in a comprehensive solution, a holistic one for a smart city that can achieve such objectives. And I think from my point of view, suppliers should really look at the ROI, at the objective in terms of whether digital transformation or sustainability into building that business case. In order for them to be able to do that, they need really to be involved and reach the right stakeholders before any tender go live. because when the tender go live, the project is so fragmented and there is very limited space to the value we can add as operator and as system provider. So we believe that the value will come when the early engagement happens. We design the right solution that is tailored, because a tailored solution for a specific place is also tailored in terms of delivering the social value we want to achieve. So it's not only about the technology, but it is about having the sustainability objective in the core of it.
And I think from my perspective, probably no great surprise as a neutral host, we're very much from a sustainability point of view pushing the shared agenda, the neutral host, where, as we said at the beginning, we're building one network to facilitate service from many. That's exactly what you're seeing in Transport for London today. We've built the infrastructure, and the likes of Voda, O2, etc., are all linking and joining to that. We'd like to propagate that around the country to deliver more for less spend from the networks. Obviously concerns to get over about quality of service and all this, but I think it's eminently doable. Certainly better for the environment, less kit, and we can work together. I think that's the other thing to understand. What's the project got to do now? But like all these projects, how do we then keep that sustainability that project's going to roll and grow? And what does the future look like? I'm involved in one of the large rail transport opportunities out there at the moment, and that's going to be talking about infrastructure that goes live in 7 or 8, 9 years. So how do you plan for that to have something now that's going to go with the future? What else can it do for the surrounding area? But again, all back to the neutral host agenda for me, very much so for Bolton. And thank you to you guys, because you all consume service from us, which is great. And hopefully you're all consuming it today on the way in and enjoying it.
Great, thanks. I think following on from that, maybe opening up a bit, looking ahead, gazing into the future. So what are the outcomes we're looking for from all this? What are the outcomes you're looking for as connectivity providers working with the public sector? And how do we get from here to there? Chris?
Yeah, I think that this is, I have a view on this that is, I'm nervous about sort of arbitrary adoption metrics because I think it drives the wrong behaviours, which is, if we said, we want X number of public digital services to be powered by 5G, then you're probably going to be paying for a service that actually doesn't need 5G just to hit an arbitrary metric. I'm much more of the view, and this is the way in the work that we've been doing over the last 12 months or so, is we agree a joint outcome that might be worker productivity, worker safety, it might be resiliency of the network, and those are the things that it's then on us to say, okay, the way that we get there is through using 5G slicing, or actually it's through a combination of fibre and 5G or even non-terrestrial networks. But I think we should have some North Star goals around some of those, sustainability, the sort of big financial targets that we know are possible from the research that we and others are doing, and not to be protectionist around it, but actually leave how we get there from the connectivity to us as service providers and the operators, and focus less on that, this must be powered by 5G because it's going to transform our industry.
Thanks. Gada.
Okay, so I think it again goes back to the outcome we want to achieve. So I think by focusing on the outcome of the local authority or the public sector organization we're working on, we can define what is the direction of travel, because technology is so big, and I always believe there is almost nothing that technology cannot do. So it depends what do we want to achieve from that. And I would go back to the procurement-based outcome. So what is the outcome that we want to achieve, whether to fuel growth, achieve more efficiency, or to focus on the sustainability, or a mix of each there and about. And therefore, we can tailor the technology solution that's needed to achieve that. So it's by focusing on these objectives, by driving the early engagement, that we can achieve the outcome that the authority we're working with would need. And definitely social value is in the core of it.
I think for me, probably the elephant in the room to all of this is the money, is the cost of doing it. I think we need to get better as UK PLC and public sector to conjoined in unlocking and untapping the vast amount of money that is actually out there in the private sector that can be invested. I use the example for the London boroughs. Most of those cost us more than we took in from grant funding or council funding, because we're speculating on the future of how they can be commercialised and what we can do, and making that a share to the in this case, the boroughs. So I'd be very intrigued to know how we could all get together from a framework, Crown Commercial Service perspective, to bring these commercialisation models to life, to unlock the great amount of finance that exists and is pent up within the private sector, to deliver these projects, because I think quite aspirationally, everyone I've met across the boroughs and counties has grand agenda. They'd like to achieve it. I think it deliberately gets cut back because they realise they can't get the funding, because it's that traditional view of looking at something if they're relying on their own money or central government, particularly at the moment. I think the word tight was used. So the money is there. No, Bolden and similar are not a charity. We are out there to make money, but we're taking the risk and speculating. So having those open conversations to see, well, in actual fact, could we realise the full aspiration of your project if we part the money conversation and make that part of the private sector's problem? And I'd be very happy to support that.
It's interesting you talk about money. Yes, things are tight, right? It is a barrier, but I'd kind of be interested to hear from all three of you. So that's where you want to get. What do you think are the main barriers from getting from here to there to achieving your outcomes? And how do you think you and the public sector can work together to kind of overcome those barriers? Do you want to kind of follow on from what you said? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think the biggest challenge I've seen is actually, one, defining the requirements and the ask, and us listening very closely to the experts. All of you in the room from the public are the experts on your area. We have the technology, we have the funding, but you know what you need. I think it's also bringing together the different areas of, say, a borough or a county council, because what I tend to see is we get asked to do a project that's primed because it's for CCTV connectivity, and it's spoken to no one else in the council. Or it's the economic development team trying to get to the high street and regenerate that, and it's spoken to no one else. And I could repeat and repeat and repeat. How we from the top, from the chief executive level down, get the engagement and bring together all the requirements, because you need to pool all these requirements to maximise the value and most likely to maximise the investment potential. And it's that collation of that from the top, driving it down. Everyone's really busy from what I'm seeing in public sector, so they have to stick to their area because they're already doing 10 times what they thought they were having to do. It's getting them all to speak. And prime example in the London Borough networks we've done, we're now on that journey to try and get them all together to say, well, you've built the network, now we can commercialise it, now you could overlay your CCTV, your IoT, bring in your LoRaWANs, bring in your smart city, notably, the big ones around the UK, Sunderland, obviously mentioned, Manchester, and then Westminster starting to make really good progress with David Wilkinson there. But where are the others? Because if you look at London boroughs, for example, and it's my area, so I'm talking a lot to London, most London boroughs are larger than most of the cities in the UK. That is not to say we couldn't be doing this with many projects around the UK, but it's tapping into that private sector investment, because I think we could all be doing far better at that, and it could unlock some of the shackles that I think is on everyone at the moment under the tight agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Garda, do you have?
Yeah, sure, I agree. The fragmentation is a big challenge, and we see it as well. I think there have been some good initiative into the fragmentation to try to bring common objective, like led by the DSET and so on. So we would like to see more of that. And I mean, taking from the fragmentation, then the replication. So if something really works, we just need to repeat it in other areas so we get the bigger benefit. So when we talked about these big stats related to NHS, related to councils and so on, they happen only when this change is big. When it is so small, it is impactful, but only for that area. And we all want that impact to be bigger so it can help the economy. So I think it's about having that strategy, which is test, it works, it delivers, replicate. So having kind of a consistent way of doing things. So it's not like and this is again it's not easy at all. And I mean, like everyone is so busy with so many things, but I believe that this is the most efficient way to achieve these objectives, and this is the main barrier.
Thanks, yeah.
Exactly that. I know it's really boring when someone on a panel fully agrees with what's been said before, but it is that fragmentation of, I think telecom operators in particular historically have sort of abstracted away the complexity from the customer that they were delivering to by building highly bespoke, highly customized set of solutions and platforms to engage with. And that is not scalable or sustainable. And it's certainly not sustainable in today's sort of financial environment. So the more that you can take away that fragmentation, have a common set of how we approach these things. Our industry as a whole is starting to address that through open APIs, how we start exposing some of our network capabilities, which is a start in how we do that. But there will always be edge cases, and it's how do we navigate those through that openness and consistency of evaluating across a broader set. Again, groups like this where actually you might have slight nuances on that, but there is some underlying framework, platform, technology enablers that will actually remain consistent, rather than sort of going off and trying to do that. Again, it becomes subscale. So the more you can get away from that fragmentation, the faster and less expensive those outcomes will be.
Yeah, all very familiar from a DC point of view. I think that's it for kind of our prepared questions. I don't know if you want to take any questions from the floor for the final few minutes. We could open it up.
As long as they're easy ones, yes.
Yeah.
Marcus can take them all.
Just from looking. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, not sure if this microphone is on. Dean Bubley. It is now. It sounds like the main focus here is connectivity in specific places like local authority sites, particular businesses in their locations. But how do we deal with broader connectivity? So, for example, here in this room, I'm on 4G, never mind 5G standalone. The Wi-Fi needs me to register with my email address. I know from experience walking across Regent's Park, I dropped down to 2G in some places. There's 3 billion square meters of indoor floor space in the UK. We don't even know how much has 4G, 5G, any coverage across networks. How do we deal with that broader connectivity problem? Who comes to the Royal College of Physicians and says, you need to have 5G coverage and you should pay for it? Is it the operators? Is it UKTIN saying we're not going to rebook the venue for next year? Is it the government? Who does it?
Who wants to have a crack at that?
I can try.
Yeah, go on then.
I'm glad you said yes.
So honestly, I think it's a bit of, definitely the operator is the number one. I think I started by replying because I know that for the first time we have a commitment to spend 11 billion on 5G over the next decade, and this is the money we got out of the merge with 3. If we have not merged with 3, we wouldn't have been able to put that money. So I think this money will improve the network substantially. But honestly, there will be always some areas that do not have the expected network. But the operator will always try to do their best. But also if sometimes there are areas that are completely urban, that are completely outside. So we have an initiative to close the digital divide, and we do a lot in these areas. But sometimes it's also joint investment. It depends what that location, that city want to achieve, because sometimes this can accelerate the investment as well to that area. If they have specific objective and outcome that the connectivity will help to deliver in terms of efficiency, then this will accelerate the network build-up for that area. So it's a kind of joint, but from my view, it is number one, the operation, then in specific spot, it can be a joint approach.
Anything?
To build on that, I think this is a great example of where we only notice connectivity when we don't have it. And I think you can look at all of the metrics in the world. And I'll repeat something one of our board members said to us around sort of network metrics, which is if I've got one arm in the oven and one arm in the fridge, actually on average my body temperature is probably okay. That doesn't mean that everything around it is actually accurate. And this is a very difficult thing to solve. It's highly, again, capital intensive. And from an operator perspective, it would be great if we had 100% coverage in this room, but that's one operator, and that's where I think some of the neutral host plays come into play. But that's where I think, certainly from a BT perspective, this converged network capability of where we do use all of those different assets, whether it's cellular or Wi-Fi, we bring those together and make that sort of ubiquitous coverage. That's where we want to be spending our money and inviting others to then build on top of those services. So we're sort of refocusing on and we launched E1 from a consumer perspective a few months ago that does exactly that. We need to double down on that so that it is more resilient and making sure that we are looking at other models, both from our commercial innovation. So probably selling a solution here probably is used once or twice a week. Probably not the best business case. So how can we commercially innovate around that? So that's a very long way of saying we haven't quite figured out exactly the answers to that yet, but it is our priority certainly to make sure that coverage is everywhere, and that it is that drives and doesn't cause sort of social divide, especially between rural and urban environments, making sure it is ubiquitous.
And from my perspective, I suppose you asked about the indoor and the outdoor. And that anomaly I was saying that London everyone assumes is covered and it's not. So for the indoor, there are companies like Bolden, and we actually have a team that are doing large sporting venues, large commercial buildings like Leadenhall and various others. And to be fair, there are plenty of other companies doing that. There are other companies are available, and we will compete on merit. And it's our job then to speculate on which operators we think we can get, what they might pay. That's the trick here, because that allows us to invest. Otherwise, we're spending money in the wrong way, and our investors wouldn't be happy. And for the outdoor, again, I'm going to be a bit London-specific. The county, I think, becomes harder because of bigger open spaces, and the operators aren't going to get any more money from us, from the customer. If you might get the extra user or two. What we're seeing in the London Borough projects, as we roll out fibre for those many needs, is we're then working with the mobile network operators and bringing together what they need, which is the street furniture either of Transport for London or the boroughs, with fibre, because street asset without fibre connectivity doesn't give you a solution, at the right price point, and we're working with other partners to generate detailed coverage maps that give the true coverage and the true quality of service you'd expect to get. We've all been there with 3 bars and still not been able to download. Got coverage, but it's not usable. And I think it's driving Ofcom and those others to go to that next layer of granularity and then get the price point right, because the MNOs are not charities either. They can't just rock up with bottomless pockets and go, we'll pay whatever it costs to get fibre and street furniture. And the boroughs can help that by having a realistic expectation of how they can expect to commercialise those street assets and not being too over the top. Some, for example, are already giving away their assets and saying use this to improve connectivity. Some are still stuck on particularly high prices that simply won't attract the MNO to invest. And I'll say we're happy to leave that area at the moment.
Great, thank you. I think we're at time now, Ian, is that right? Okay, so thank you very much to our excellent panel today for your contribution, your time and your insights. It's been really, really interesting.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting panel, very insightful things there. Thanks to the panel for that. Now, it's time for coffee and refreshments. So for those of you who have had some already, it's upstairs in the Osler and Long room. It's about two flights up. So part of today's is Drive for Fitness as well. So you get your step count up on your stairs. So, use that experience as well. And if I could request, you guys are back in here at 11:45 when we'll start our next session. Thank you. It's all gone dark. So, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the refreshments and the associated foodstuffs that were there. I think very interesting, very nice. Has somebody lost their cloakroom key? Someone handed me this cloakroom key earlier on. So if you've put stuff in the cloakroom, it's not a Willy Wonka ticket, by the way. If you win it, you get. So if you've lost a ticket and you can't find it, I've got it. So come and find me if it's yours. So let's move on. Our next panel session is around the role of connectivity in transforming public services, and we've got a very interesting panel which will be chaired by Robert Franks, who's the Managing Director of West Midlands 5G. We've got Chris Founds, the Director and Owner of CJ Founds Associates Limited. We have Barry McNally, who's the Programme Manager for Smart and Connected Social Places up in Glasgow and the region. And then James Noakes, City Innovation Broker, Belfast City Council. So gentlemen, the panel is yours. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. So good morning, everyone. So I'm Robert Franks, and as Ian mentioned, I am the MD of W5G, and I have the privilege of chairing the second panel today regarding the transformation of public services. So I'm going to say a few brief words of introduction, then I'm going to ask each of my expert panelists to introduce themselves, and then we're going to crack through about half a dozen questions that I think sit at the heart of this opportunity/challenge around public service transformation, and then hopefully we'll have a few minutes left at the end for your questions. So public service transformation, connectivity-led public service transformation, it's hard for me personally to think of a more important opportunity in the UK right now. Almost half of our respective income goes towards paying for public services, and clearly those cover vital services in many aspects of our lives, everything from defence to transport to health and social care to social services, to every facet of our life that tens of millions of us rely on every day. And many of those services are in crisis, or at the very least going through extremely challenging times at the moment, partly due to structural factors, things like our ageing population, the growth of chronic diseases, and also, as we're all very aware, and as Keith mentioned in his introduction, due to some of the financial and economic challenges that we're all facing. Putting it simply, doing more of the same isn't an option. We need to change and transform local public services, and the opportunity to do that through digitalisation and connectivity, data, AI, etc., is clearly enormous. In my own organisation, we've had the privilege of working with our 7 constituent local authorities in the West Midlands on a wide variety of projects to go from trials into the early stages of adoption in areas like transport, health and care, social housing, and a number of other areas. And we're hoping that over 200,000 citizens will be benefiting in our region by the end of March. But what's really struck me is the work that we're doing in our region is a tiny fraction of the potential and the opportunity. And so without further ado, I'm going to ask my 3 panellists to kind of briefly introduce themselves, and we'll crack into the questions. So Barry.
Hi, I'm Barry. I run the Smart and Connected Social Places programme, which is actually the 5G Innovation Region programme in Glasgow City Region.
Hi, Chris Founds, so Managing Director at CJ Founds Associates. We generally support most local authorities around digital adoption, and I'm also the Programme Manager for the Greater Manchester Smart Decarbonisation Network.
Thank you, James. Yeah, I'm James Noakes from Belfast City Council. I head up our 5G Innovation Regions programme on behalf of the Belfast Region City Deal Councils. And until about 5 minutes ago, I had my identity stolen. So a completely different person was up there. No idea who they are, so I'm really concerned about personal data.
We're delighted to have the real James with us. So to kick us off, I'd like to go to each of you first of all, and I'd like you to kind of briefly summarise what public services you're focused on transforming using connectivity, and why. How do these fit with your local strategies and plans? And perhaps if I could start with you, Barry.
Yes, certainly. So in Glasgow, the reason we've called it the Smart and Connected Social Places programme, one was because people thought it was just about putting masts up, which it isn't. It's about transforming social housing and health and social care. That's what Glasgow's kind of 5G sectors were For the reason for that is Glasgow has one of the largest portfolios of social housing in Europe. And approximately, if I take the figures from just one of our local authorities, within there, 70% of our social housing tenants access health and social care services. So there's a significant overlap of the services. To be perfectly honest, it's costing local authorities more and more money just to keep standing still, particularly, and social housing and health and social care are the mandatory, both from a governmental and from a societal perspective. We can't decide not to do them. They both currently have significant, our term is mandrolic aspects to them. There's an awful lot of manual processes and activities in there, and they're ripe for automation. You're going to hear from our team who are looking at one of our solutions, Connected Care and Wellbeing, later on, and they've got some great statistics about how the current situation from a manning perspective in particular is just not sustainable. So we have to transform these services.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, we're so similar to where Barry's at. You know, I mean, we'd like to be addressing all of those use cases, you know, and we talk about a CHIPS programme in Greater Manchester, which is our Connected Homes, Inclusive Places, and the 5GIR programme sits as one of those. And one of the things that we're trying to grapple with at the moment is how do you stack those use cases? So we can all talk about use cases, and obviously, you know, we've heard a little bit this morning about, you know, kind of trying to develop that. Ours is around decarbonisation, so it very much works with the retrofit work that's gone on in social housing. You know, we've got most big city regions have got a net zero challenge and a net zero target, as we have in Greater Manchester. And we've had a lot of investment, you know, to look at social housing retrofit. What we haven't done is made those social homes smart in terms of actually knowing whether or not that's been effective. You know, the air source heat pumps that we've installed, because we've done a load of them. And we're working within our programme to try and smarten up 1,800 air source heat pumps. Now, off the back of that, of course, if we can create a smart device, a single piece of connectivity in that home, then that opens up the ability to kind of bring in all of the things that Barry's, and obviously we've been working closely with the Glasgow team around how we can take learning and share learning back into across the city regions. But ours is quite interesting because, believe it or not, you would think that at home, probably a little show of hands, has everyone kind of got, you know, an app at home? Hive, anyone got Hive at home? Kind of to manage those couple of hands up there. So quite a lot of the air source heat pump providers will give you an app, but it's still a dumb asset, and it's a dumb asset in that social home. So it's not connecting back to look at things like predictive preventative maintenance. It's not connecting back to the grid. So we're also working with Electricity North West to look at how we can manage consumption and then link that back into where the benefits are for the residents, because of course it ties in with damp and mould, and it ties in with, you know, potentially being able to look at well-being and other social aspects. So that's kind of where our focus is, really.
Thank you. And James, how about you? Where's your focus?
So local councils work a bit differently in Northern Ireland compared to other parts of the UK, in that the range of services that we're responsible for are kind of much smaller. So we don't have, for instance, any social care responsibilities. And, you know, that's a single, well, it's the health and social care in Northern Ireland that deals with that. So that automatically means that a large chunk of funds that you would see being spent in other local authorities is not our responsibility in Belfast. Although, certainly from the City Innovation Office's point of view, we do look beyond the council services to when we're looking at public services and those different challenges that we face. So we probably have a slightly different viewpoint of how we see public services. And that means that in our Innovation Regions programme, so for instance, we've got TransLink, who are the public transport operator. And again, unlike, say, other parts of the UK, it's a single public transport operator. They're the single public transport authority running buses and trains in Northern Ireland. And we're working with them to see how we can improve their operations, but also to take some of their learning and begin to understand how that can be applied in other situations as well. So, you know, their use of 5G cameras is not just a transport issue. The sensorization of the bus stops, etc., is not just something that can be applied to their bus stops. So we look at how we can take those public services and take a wider point of view. And we have done that over the years in our team, looking at things like homes for healthy ageing as well.
all of these things, I think we've seen connectivity kind of change in people's expectations over the years. So you may guess from my accent that I'm not actually from Belfast. But I've been involved in local government for many years, and I think it's important to understand that public services can change so quickly, and sometimes local authorities get stuck in the middle, kind of that kind of slight paralysis. So a good example that I've seen over the years is there used to be a time when if you've got a challenge with your public service, so say your housing, whatever, you had to go to the local housing office. You had to actually go in somewhere, you take a ticket, sit and wait. If you told someone that that's what they'd have to do now, they'd think you were balmy. Because that's just not, because the connectivity's been there that's enabled that. So we've already seen over the years how connectivity is changing public services. Sometimes the challenge is keeping up.
Very good. Okay, so what I'm hearing, I think if I attempt to summarise, is that between you, you're focusing on 4 or 5 vital local public services, some slight differences depending on geographic responsibilities. Some of the areas you're highlighting are areas of massive local expenditure, transport, social housing, social care, for example. They're areas where there is a strategic outcome that the local authority or region is trying to achieve. Some of them around things like net zero, some of them around improving care, and essentially you're focusing, if I'm understanding correctly, your work on accelerating those outcomes. Building on my summary, I suppose my next question is, can you tell us a bit more about the specific outcomes, the specific benefits you're hoping to achieve through these solutions that you're launching and developing through 5GIR? Perhaps, James, if I could come back to you. So what are the specific benefits you're targeting?
So obviously we've got, throughout our programme, we've got specific KPIs related to each of the projects. Like our 4 main anchor projects are around transport and logistics with the harbour, and you'll hear from Mike later in the day. We've got obviously TransLink, who I mentioned, and we've got ones with the 2 universities. One's around creative and digital, and the other one's around advanced manufacturing. So it doesn't really touch upon an awful lot of public services directly. However, one of the key things that we need to demonstrate, especially for the public sector, is the fact that we can do things, that we've got the ability to be successful, that other people are taking advantage. So kind of one of the key things that we want to take out of this whole programme is that businesses and other organisations across not just Belfast City region, but Northern Ireland can look and go, oh yeah, I think we can actually do something. There's some benefit that comes from this. Just finish on, I was thinking before, I'm a bit of a geek, so there's something called Wardley Maps, which is about strategic approach. And I was listening to the panel before, and I thought to myself that one of the key challenges that we've had with 5G and with the business cases is that up until this point with 4G, businesses and other organisations have seen that connectivity as just a utility, the same as energy, and we've shoved it back to it being a product, and that adds to the cost with it. So we've got to demonstrate those use cases that gets us back to the point where it becomes a utility again, that connectivity, and that means that you hopefully open some of the floodgates there. So I suppose our key performance, well, not KPI, but our key thing that we're trying to do is demonstrate success and build up that momentum.
Chris, how about you? What are you focused on?
I mean, I like that last bit that James talked about, because obviously the social value aspect of that, is really, really important. And I think, we've got an element of that within our programme around, how do you aligning it with things like the GM strategy, Housing First, and mayoral manifesto pledges. There's a real drive for well-being and digital first, and making sure that digital is a right, and it is a kind of a given almost, and you haven't got to kind of fight for it. And the amount of kind of case studies we've come across as we've gone into social housing environments and worked with social housing providers and residents, where actually connectivity as of a right just simply isn't there. So then you're starting to think, right, is our programme addressing wider issues around societal challenges around digital inclusion. And you know, we've built a little bit into the programme to kind of work with our digital buddies in our local authorities to make sure that we can provide that, and then with partners around things like data bundles to try and get people back online. One of the barriers that we've found is actually for connectivity for air source heat pumps. Just connecting up a simple air source heat pump is either the air source heat pump has not been made in that way, and you know, trying to connect it and point it back out somewhere just simply doesn't work. It'll work on a little local Wi-Fi, but then if the resident hasn't got that, then you know, the whole thing falls over. On top of that, clearly we've got the well-being aspect, and you know, we know that in a lot of the settings where we're trying to put connectivity in to see what's going on, to capture and manage the data, you know, there are issues with damp and mould, and you know, it's a very simple fix to suddenly say, oh, actually we can put a damp and mould monitor in that hooks up to the air source heat pump, and suddenly we've got something, you know, quite dynamic starting to happen, and we can manage that. We're also looking at preventative and predictive maintenance as well, because that's a real challenge for residents in terms of, I've got to make myself available, I've got to be in at this particular time, the heating or the plumbing engineer is going to come in and do my annual service. Well, if we can get the devices to actually start talking back centrally and saying, I don't need maintaining this year, thanks very much, or actually I do, and there's a fault coming up, and we can diagnose that fault and actually address it remotely, suddenly that starts really contributing and helping in terms of actually people's adoption to technology being in their home. And then the last part of really where we're at is we're trying to connect up with the grid, because we know that consumption and energy costs are really important. Believe it or not, across Greater Manchester, probably 70% of all of the air source heat pumps that have been installed, the residents do not know how to use them efficiently because they've not been trained, it's been done to them, and then they've inherited it. So we're also doing a little bit of a programme to try and smarten up how residents are kind of, you know, using things like apps, how they're monitoring how the air source heat pump's used efficiently. And of course, one of the benefits that then comes out the back of that is being able to move the resident to things like a green energy tariff. So there's a £400 saving a year. So it's got real, you know, monetisation attached to it. As well as obviously working with, you know, people like the electricity distributor, because they're keen now to introduce, you know, kind of, you know, almost these DNOs, you know, where they're looking for groups, clusters of residents, estates, to actually use their energy in a different way and be able to shift them onto a smarter tariff as well.
Got it.
So we've got a load of, you know, little specific outcomes, and that's what I was referencing about trying to stack up quite a few of these to create, you know, the use case right the way across from the electricity organisation to the air source heat pump provider to the social housing provider.
I was going to quickly make the point that if you want a sense of what digital exclusion can be like for a couple of hours, get yourself on the West Coast Main Line.
Yes, I echo that. Barry, before we go too far down the West Coast Main Line, so tell us about the specific benefits you're measuring and focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are, well, this year we've been developing 3 business cases, 2 in social housing, 1 in health and social care. Glenda and Dean and the team are going to talk about the connected care and wellbeing one there, so what steal their sandwiches on that one. In the social housing one, we've looked at 2. So we've looked at one which is looking at more of your traditional social housing challenges, so damp and mould, which I know a lot of local authorities are looking at solutions around, unexpected void periods, so that kind of more traditional what's happening with your stock. And then the second one is the Scottish Government has committed to all social housing being net zero by 2045. The costs are estimated to be somewhere between 4 billion and 20 billion. And no one really knows. So what we're doing is pretty much using the same solution, but with different use cases to understand actually if we go and put external wall insulation to a property, or we put in solar panels, or we put an air source heat pump in, etc. Actually, how does that move us on that journey? And where are we getting the best return on investment on that journey to net zero? The really interesting one has been the kind of stock one around the damp and mould, and well, the 2 primary use cases are damp and mould and unexpected void periods. Both of them at the moment rely on someone either ringing the local authority, tenant ringing the local authority and saying there's a big black patch in the corner of my property, in which case you're into the most expensive point because you've got to have several visits from housing officers, engineers. you're looking at significant costs to repair the property. You're probably looking at taking the family out and putting them into temporary accommodation. So the costs of that go through the roof. If we can use a very cost-effective sensor which monitors temperature, CO2 and humidity, we can very quickly indicate if that property, if the environmental factors give rise to the potential for damp and mould, so we can have that intervention in straight away. So whether it's to fix something that's wrong with the property, whether it's to do some tenant behaviour education, or something like that, we can get in and do a much cheaper fix there. Ditto with the unexpected void periods. The way that happens is someone rings the council and says, I think my neighbour's moved out, I haven't seen anyone for a few months. Housing officer goes round a couple of months in a row, chaps on the door. If no one's there, we get access, we find the property's been empty for 5 or 6 months. We're spending a fortune on temporary accommodation, but we've got a whole load of available accommodation that we don't know anything about. So again, we can use those sensors to determine who's in and who's out. That's probably our most well worked through.
I think something none of us have said, but probably all underpins that is the use, well, the creation and the use of data.
Yeah.
And because I'm thinking, you know, as you're describing your approach to kind of managing houses, etc. Similarly, in advanced manufacturing, condition monitoring of equipment, etc. It's not too different. And it's being able to propagate those use cases in different areas that should help them drive forward. But you can only do that when we get the data.
Yes, no, totally agree. Hold that thought. So I think on the benefits, I'm really struck by what you've all said around a mixture of short-term benefits to prove the business case in the short term, and certainly in our world, it's based on invest to save, like you were saying, Barry, as well as some more medium-term benefits to build towards, as you say, James, coming from the data. I just wonder if we can move on to the next question to talk a bit about connectivity. So we heard from, I think, colleagues on the previous panel that I think the word converged connectivity was used at some point, looking at, you know, different types of connectivity as appropriate for different types of solutions and outcomes that are delivered. I wonder if you could each say just a few words about what specific connectivity technologies you're using and why. Perhaps I go to you first, Barry.
Yeah, I mean, individually at the moment, most of our solutions are using things like LoRaWAN and stuff like that, the sensor stuff particular, because at the moment we've got them deployed into various different areas as part of our trials. We know that as we start to stack these technologies on top of each other, we're going to move beyond the capabilities of LoRaWAN and we're going to be into 5G and other wireless technologies. We've got a couple of things we're looking at. So we're looking at, is fixed fibre part of the solution? Is wireless in there? With some of the care stuff in particular, we need to have the resilience of 5G and wireless over and above kind of broadband doing the heavy lifting most of the time, but with a fail-safe to 5G for kind of key services. But we've got pretty much everything in there to an extent.
How about you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, you know, for those in the audience that were at Connected Britain last year, you know, we kind of launched the social housing standardised wayleave for Greater Manchester, where, you know, that opens up for any fibre provider to be able to come in and provide that. Believe it or not, we're still only at about 25% uptake across all of our social housing stock, and there's 160 social housing providers right the way across GM. So we're on that journey really still in terms of, you know, what is that resilience? I think a lot of it comes back to the use cases that you're trying to build as well. So if we've got critical care and, you know, telehealth and you know, that side of it, then clearly we want some resilience built in. So you might want fail-safe in terms of, you know, two different forms. We did a big piece of work at the beginning looking at a private 5G network around one of the social housing estates, partly so that we could link it back into the grid. And the other part of our programme that I've not mentioned is obviously we've got smart transport corridors sat right alongside our social housing estates, because it is a place-based intervention. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But we looked at a private 5G network and could not get the numbers to stack up. Okay, we've got challenges with Manchester City Council in terms of the PFI, and, you know, they're not insurmountable. But actually what we did a load of network mapping, and we found that actually we had quite a good public 5G network. So what we've introduced is effectively devices now connected within the air source heat pump that are just pointing back to a public 5G network.
Yeah.
So that's great because, again, data, the amount of data that they're consuming and what we need and the actual capacity isn't huge. I think as it starts stacking up and we bring other use cases and other devices into that, we might want to look at something slightly different.
Yeah.
And then we've looked at more of a Wi-Fi mesh and LoRaWAN for the transport corridor, which again opens up other dynamics in that if we can create smart transport corridors right next to congested areas where you've got a lot of social housing, why can't the smart transport corridor be the enabler for the social housing providers who are challenged then with getting their own connectivity in, either through the building fabric or, just that they haven't got the investment to put in there. So our whole program kind of shifted really from private 5G into more of a public, kind of a public network piece. Yeah. But we had to validate that through the mapping, and then we worked with partners to make sure that, we had that coverage. So part of what we will produce at the end of the program is this playbook, which will, kind of illustrate some of those steps that need to be put in place. But, we're taking the social housing providers on a journey here as well, and I think that's the other part of, the program.
James, how about you? Because I know you've got private 5G in parts of Belfast. Are you using that or other technologies?
Mike will probably touch upon this later. The harbour, for the last few years, has been investing in its own private network, which we've been able to supplement as well. The harbour itself takes up, sorry if I'm stealing anything from you, Mike, but the harbour takes up about 20% of the landmass of Belfast itself, so it's a significant place with significant impact on the wider economy, not just in the city, but way beyond. And so, they recognised that there was a need for improved connectivity, which has allowed them to do other things. Autonomous shuttle buses, etc., that they're looking at. But beyond that, we've looked at how we can invest in other short-term, standalone 5G networks. We've looked at mobile 5G networks in the sense of being able to move it around different locations. There's definitely a challenge around Ofcom licensing when it comes to some of that, which I think we've fed back to DSIP before this, but if you're in here from Ofcom, definitely worth looking at. Take that opportunity. But we've also looked at the full range of different technologies. It should be horses for courses. It should be just the most appropriate thing for that. So in the past, we have had IoT networks. Yeah. That was actually all you really needed. Yeah. But as I say, like 4G, 5G, etc. And then obviously we're supplemented by a really good full fibre network. So Belfast City Council area is, I think, third best connected when it comes to gigabit broadband. That's why, in some ways, that's great, but it's also a challenge because then people get used to that being the connectivity. Why would I look at other wireless connectivity to do that? So we're trying to make use of all those different ranges of technologies. There's been discussions about you making use of Starlink, etc. As well. So it's been what's the most appropriate thing, and it isn't always going to be 5G.
No, I totally agree with you all on that. I think we've had a very similar experience in the West Midlands where we've used private 5G in manufacturing, but interestingly for reasons of security as well as for reasons of low latency and other
public
things.
5G, I think BT mentioned it before, the public 5G still has allowed us to look at things like network slicing, so that the most important public service is being able to buy your beer quicker.
I think
always an important
and I think we found that as well, by looking at that public availability in a more densified city region where arguably you've got most of your deprivation in terms of, your social challenges. Clearly, the market has invested in them areas quite heavily, from a demand point of view. And we've got other locations across Greater Manchester, out in Wigan or up over in Rochdale and Oldham, where we don't have the same 5G coverage. So that makes it more challenging. But again, similar to Belfast, we were very fortunate back in 2017 with the local full fibre network, which connected up, 1,600 public sector sites and locations. So we've been able to leverage a little bit of that as well in terms of being able to get at least a fixed component out into some of these areas. And it's really what we do with it now, and how we maximise it. And I think, you're absolutely right, James, in terms of it's horses for courses in terms of what that connectivity needs to deal with.
Also, sometimes it can be driven by the availability of devices.
For sure.
So it's one thing to have that 5G connectivity, but if you're in a particular industry which doesn't have those devices that are available to it, why would you invest?
Yeah, no, indeed. So let me move on to barriers to adoption. So we've spoken a bit about connectivity, but I think in all the conversations I've had with you leading up to this panel, I think we're all in agreement, actually lots of the time, connectivity is the easiest bit. There are other parts of digital transformation. Yeah. James mentioned data a few minutes ago. So let me start again with Barry, but what are the biggest barriers outside of connectivity to implementing these projects?
Yes, I come this from a bit of a different lens. So this is the first programme I've really been involved in the local government sphere. My background's mainly the kind of wider public sector government departments. And I don't want to throw Glasgow under a bus because I'm pretty sure it's not just Glasgow. And it'd be interesting actually to see the different views with those who are in combined authorities versus the construct we are, which is effectively a club. Actually, I think there's a different attitude or culture towards transformation in local authorities. The thing I've identified, and it's not specifically on this programme, it's on a number of programmes that I see in local authorities, the local authorities are really happy to go and spend money on the technology element of transformation. They don't have a problem investing in the tech, but I think that they potentially try and do the people and process element on the cheap. And I can kind of understand why, because if you're a chief executive, and we've already mentioned that they're paying more and more money just to keep standing still, and you're faced with a decision of, do I cut my teaching budget versus, or do I invest in some project managers over here? You've got to be really careful about cutting that frontline immediate service versus investing in your kind of transformation capability to go forwards. And if you make the wrong decision, there'll be a local democracy person there to write it up in a news article at some point for you. So I can understand the challenge they've got, but to me, that's the worst case scenario, putting all the money into technology, because to me, the people and process is the thing that actually delivers the transformation. And so I think there's a cultural element that the local authorities, because I know it's not just us, need to get their head around, which is we need to actually start investing in both people to deliver it properly and also investing in the people actually being able to use technologies in the right way, use the data. Example, I mean, we can get all the sensor data in the world, but if we just chunk that into a dashboard and send it to a housing department in an email, they're going to go, that's a really nice email, we're going to keep going as we've always done, because no one's taught us to do anything different. So that's probably the one I would...
Very good. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely echo, what Barry's saying, that's part of it. Ours is a slightly different lens on that. So, residents and engagement. So, there is a lot at the moment being pushed out there, and, you're picking up all sorts of different news articles around AI and what it's going to do and digital transformation. So ours is really around how we learn lessons from previous legacy programs. And one of our single biggest barriers was actually, for part of the air source heat pump installs, it was basic things that actually, the engineer didn't turn up on time and the experience for the resident wasn't that great. So when we want to go back and retrofit, and we want to start then saying, oh, and by the way, we now want to smarten it up, and what this will open up is this accessibility and availability, and that has been a really, really challenging conversation. And that's probably been our single biggest focus, is that stakeholder engagement. We've done a lot of work with the housing associations, we've done voucher schemes, we've done refer a friend, really to try and build that. And actually one of the biggest things where we found we've had most traction is identifying vanguard properties where we have a resident champion who is an adopter of that technology and keen to move forward that way. And we've had a couple of really, really good successes. And as soon as we kind of got into those, our numbers, our cohort started building. So we're going to try and do more of that, kind of as part of our sustainability and our future piece. But then, flip that right the way back round. How do the residents feel comfortable with that technology, and that suddenly it isn't Big Brother watching and all their data is going to disappear and they're going to end up with a different picture, on their passport photo and things like that. So I think there's a real, there's a cultural shift. But that has to also start with the providers. So, similar to what we've just talked about, if that's not propagating down from the local authority teams or the social housing teams who can go out and make people feel more comfortable, that becomes a real challenge. And that's really been that's been our single biggest, that adoption side of it, and doing a lot more work on, the kind of the human elements and the societal and the social factors that play into whether or not someone's going to open the door and say, come and install a damp and mold monitor or a telehealth device or something like that.
So people and process change, and also consent and engagement. James, is there anything else you'd like to add in terms of key barriers?
I'd underline the education element, and it's not just helping people understand what 5G is and counterbalancing the conspiracy theorists who are still burning masts out there. Although I will say on that point, if the industry would like to look and make better looking masts, that may help, because they're absolutely brutal in some places. That aside, that's actually a fairly minor point. That education and engagement and getting people to understand that they can reap benefits to the average person in the street. It's a real challenge. We've had, I mentioned the Homes for Healthy Aging project. I was working with a particular community in the middle of Belfast city centre, and I think someone mentioned the word living labs. And of course, to some people, that's a really exciting thing, and then to some residents, I'm not a lab rat, That's their response. So you're really very careful of the language you use. We used to always talk about smart cities and stuff, and I think a friend of mine once said, well, that automatically makes some people feel they're not smart. So it's not for them. So it's about that kind of engaging people with the language, but also that's not just about the kind of the residential communities and engaging them and getting them to see benefits, but also other types of community. We've got the heart. Again, I'm really sorry for stealing your thunder, Mike, but like the harbour isn't just there with port operations, it's a landlord as well. He's got tenants. And getting them to understand that there's benefits from that connectivity. Some of them are beginning to realise it, but others aren't, so that it becomes, as I said before, it becomes just another utility that becomes part of your service charge. And that translates through to other tenancy models that we're looking around the city. So when we talk about community, it's not just the residential community, or as important as they are.
Very good. So I'm going to ask one last question, and then we'll have hopefully a few minutes for any questions from the audience. So final question, I want to bring us back to sort of part of Keith's introduction. So what is the sustainable business model for continuing and hopefully scaling this adoption work after 5GR? Who benefits and who pays? Who would like to go first?
I'll have a go if you want then, Robert. So we believe that there's a number of people who have to shoulder a little bit of this. And that's everybody from the air source heat pump provider to the network distribution organisation through to the social housing provider. And ultimately, the focus has to be on the resident, on the citizen. There has to be an ultimate beneficiary. But if you work back from that, the savings from the social housing providers in terms of maintenance costs or service charges, the savings from the actual air source heat pump provider, because by just introducing a bit of connectivity capability at the factory when it's being manufactured, it saves a whole load of hassle further down the line in terms of that engagement side and the maintenance and reactive and all of that kind of spectrum of going out and actually having an asset in someone's premise. Right the way back through to ultimately, from a public sector perspective, kind of, picking up on what Barry was talking about, if we can avoid, having to then go out and maintain these voids because they've got damp and mould in it, if we can avoid people getting unhealthy and not being well because they're living in, really, really squalid conditions, and yet nobody's looking after them in that respect, and we're able to monitor it, then there's a benefit there from a public sector. And we've done a lot of work to literally break down every single cost part of that to sort of say, right, and then have mature conversations with each of those organisations to say, right, how are you now going to front up? So, the air source heat pump provider, where are we going to see that reduction in your maintenance charge to the social housing provider? Social housing provider, where are we going to see the energy charges? reduced down to the resident. And we're in that conversation at the moment. So our phase 2 to make our program sustainable is looking at business process change, where we are adopting all of this learning because the facts and the evidence are there, and actually then putting that in place.
Yeah, very good. Who'd like to go next?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge we're working through at the moment as we kind of finalise our business cases for this year. So it's interesting because it makes you think that local government services or local authority services are the things that probably most people touch most days. So housing, transport, health and social care, things like that. They're the things that we've been cleaning or collecting. Those are the things that we interact with. But whenever there's any issues with those, the ripple effect immediately onto other government departments is quite significant. So within our area, we have ripples into, obviously, the NHS. We have ripples into Department of Work and Pensions and various others. With some of our use cases, we've had to be really clear and say we're only going to look at benefits where there's an immediate return to the local authority, either as basically something we can monitor, measure and declare ourselves without having to have a conversation with another department. A really good example, we're just going through the business case for the smart social housing. We reckon with an investment of 9 million, you're looking at 30 million of direct benefits back to the local authority from just those use cases. That's from the project we've done in Renfrewshire. There are, we think, in excess of 11, maybe up to 20, 30 million pounds of additional benefits into the NHS and other organisations. We're not going to class those as part of our thing, because there's no way I'm going to go into a room in 2 years' time and get the NHS to say, yeah, that's totally down to what you did in local authority. They're going to turn around and say, no, we're going to claim that benefit because we opened a new, new surgery, or we opened a new COPD pathway or something like that. It comes back to that argument that everybody is going to want to be claiming their own benefits to get more money in the future. So yeah, it's a really challenging one, is actually that benefit bit. And sometimes you look at it and go, there's absolutely stacks of benefits here, but what I can really kind of put my finger on and say the local authority is definitely going to realise is only a subset of that.
Yeah, it's direct versus indirect conversation, isn't it?
Yes, and linked to real savings, as you say. James, business model.
Some of that is to do with the disconnect between who spends the money and invests and who realises the benefits. So, we've seen projects over the years, testbed and trial, where it's the local authorities or who are investing that government funding, and then the benefit is realised over in the NHS.
Yes.
And so there's a kind of complete disconnect. So neither of them can quite make the right business case for their own investment, either because they're not the ones who are realising the benefit, or they're not the ones who did it in the first place. So there's definitely something that needs to be addressed about that. But yeah, Chris said, there's responsibility on lots of different people to see how we take a lot of this forward. I think that sometimes network operators can get a bit too much caught up on this idea that, well, it's all about the infrastructure. So they're very good at talking about infrastructure, but actually no one wants infrastructure. They want the other things that come with it. Yeah. It's like no one wants connectivity. They want the things that they're able to do. Because that's similar to transport. No one wants transport. They want to be either there or there, So, and it's kind of understanding that. So making those use cases, it's going to be different depending on different industries and different organisations. But there's definitely responsibility on a whole range of different people.
And we've got a, there's that cultural challenge to overcome around different drivers. Those commercial drivers with lots of different people in that chain are quite different. And, people are coming at it from different perspectives. And we've certainly seen that trying to influence the industry. And, on the damp and mould piece, damp and mould providers recognised it maybe 15 years ago. Connectivity is really poor, so I'm going to stick a multi-SIM in my device. And that multi-SIM, kind of having recent conversations, might only cost me £25 for the next 10 years for connectivity. So why am I going to change all of my business model and provide you with an agnostic device that you can connect into your smart home and layer up, when actually I already come with a product that's ready to go?
It's that understanding that certainly when it comes to businesses, that the vast majority of businesses are SMEs, and of them, the vast majority are micro businesses. Yeah. So if you're asking them singularly to invest, it's just not going to be the case. They're more likely to go on, Go Compare to look at mobile phone deals
Yeah.
than want to have a discussion about what 5G connectivity they require in the future.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we might have time for one quick question if there is one from the audience. Yes, sir.
Thanks very much. Paul Rose from Digital Catapult. You mentioned about data sovereignty from a tenant perspective. Do you also have a data sovereignty perspective within the local authority? So we were talking in the break, perhaps, the example of would your traffic lights be connectable to other aspects? So let's say you decide that the heat pump people are able to use the bus lane and priority traffic lights. Would you find, oh, well, the Siemens guys won't take any preference on that? Or are you able to control things with APIs and interconnect data and treat it in a holistic way?
Do you want me to
go
have a go at that one? Yeah, so I mean, I'll talk later this afternoon on the transport corridor aspect with Mike. Hopefully James hasn't stolen too much from Mike's session this afternoon, but we'll make it really interesting. I mean, you know, GM have certainly got a tradition of having a lot of open access data, you know, platforms and warehouses and data lakes and all of that side of it. There is still a challenge, you know, in terms of how that interface works across the two. What we're trying to do is make some of that open source data more accessible for people to, you know, be able to use and consume in a particular way. I think, you know, what we're not looking at doing at the moment is cross-pollinating different industries in terms of that, or, you know, from a transport provision and a social housing provision. But what we are looking at doing is that if you're a social housing resident, you can, you know, very quickly look at what the air quality is, you know, in the network outside and make informed choices if you're an asthma sufferer or, you know, you've got other chronic, you know, kind of respiratory diseases and things like that. So we're trying to look at how that might interface. I think there's still, you know, across Greater Manchester, obviously we've got Transport for Greater Manchester who are responsible for a lot of the key route network and all the traffic signals. That also lays another dynamic then with the local authority data consumption. A lot of local authorities are capturing shed loads of data, lots and lots of it, and it comes back to it probably pops out on a dashboard and we haven't really got the skills. Yeah, and I think, you know, it's about then how do we use that and consume it in a different way? And there's a massive skills gap ahead of us, you know, not only in many other professions like engineering, but also in data and how, you know, local authority teams can consume some of that. And actually what to do with it and how to do it. And then, you know, let's not even get into the AI conversation about, you know, throwing another layer over the top of that, you know, which will transform public sector services. So I think certainly in Greater Manchester with, you know, what we're looking at with our smart transport corridor and the social housing, we've still got, you know, kind of data integration barriers. And, you know, we are looking at how we can, you know, make those two sort of kind of distinct data sets work. They're slightly different in terms of the focus. But of course, it's all going to come back through a single network, and that's what we're trying to achieve, you know, whilst maintaining that security as well. So I don't know if that, you know, happy to talk a little bit, you know, more later.
But I think we're out of time. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That was really, really interesting. Time to wrap up the morning session. Let's take a moment to reflect on a couple of things we've covered so far. I personally feel it's been a very productive couple of hours. Plenty of insights coming out and thought-provoking discussions. And I'd just like to draw out a few observations from myself through that. In Keith's speech, always good to get a view from government and what they're thinking about. But he talked about business cases, not technology. And I think for those of us who've been doing this for a while now, we're really starting to see the technology there. We use 5G almost as a proxy for connectivity and everything else, but there is a need to focus on the business cases. And those of you who were at the commercialisation event we did back last year, where we talked about, we had investors and things there was this sort of sense of there is no money around, nobody ready to invest. But that wasn't true. They came back and said, there is money to invest out there, but you've got to have a product, you've got to have demand for it, and then people will invest in it. Which then drives you into sort of the first panel where we talk about connectivity. Connectivity is really tricky because there's bits that are easy to do, there's bits that are tricky to do, and the tricky bits tend to cost more, and they tend to be in the areas that don't actually give you much revenue. So that then starts to feed you into what are the use cases you can put on top of it. Stack those use cases. We've heard that a number of times already. And I think there's a really interesting dynamic there about how the operators can work with the people who can provide products and services to find new revenue streams for that, by not just trying to charge for megabits per second or a number of calls or texts, but actually to really start to layer up some of the value that can come from that. And again, lots of the evidence that's come out of the 5G program, from the Future Networks program, supports that. And then we get into public services, which is an absolutely phenomenal area of opportunity. I like the idea of air source heat pumps feeding in, getting the data back. I've always had this concept of plenty of devices out there that produce data, collect that data and transform that data into information and then take action on that information. And that's the really clever bit, is transferring that data into information and then automating outcomes. The things just happen. And there's so many examples. You talked about the heat source pump as an option, solving mold and damp. You can also use other devices around the house to spot other things. If you've got a hive temperature sensor and it suddenly starts telling you that your living room is at 90 degrees, you've probably got a house on fire, so you might automatically deploy the fire services. Every bus has probably got an engine management system in it, and that engine management system works off of temperature, it works off of air quality and other bits and pieces to manage the engine. Why not feed that back somewhere and actually have a reporting system for information? So I can go on forever on this. This is a really hot topic for me. But I find the thing that sometimes holds it back is the willing to change. And I think breaking the cycle is a really interesting point about, you've got frontline services that cost money, but how do you take the money out of those frontline services to invest, to actually save you the money in those frontline services, down the road? So it's a really wicked problem to solve. But personally, I thought it was a really interesting and thought-provoking sessions. I'd like to thank and extend my gratitude to our speakers and panellists this morning for their contributions. So now, as we break for lunch, I'd encourage you to continue the conversation. Start talking about what's been going on here. Start sparking some ideas, finding people you can work with, and then come back after lunch for another exciting afternoon where we deep dive some of these issues. Hopefully haven't stolen all of the thunder from some of those later presentations. But we'll come back here, we can reconvene, and the next session starts, the important word there being starts, at 1:45. So in the meantime, enjoy your lunch, have those conversations, and we'll see you back here ready to start at 1:45. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're into the afternoon session now, where we've got quite a fast-paced set of panels this afternoon, so strap in and hang on, but they're all very interesting, building on what we've been talking about this morning. So without wasting any more time, I'd like to invite up onto the stage the transport and logistics, and where we're going to be talking about what impact can connectivity have on our end users, what learnings have we learnt. So this session is chaired by Jonathan Eaton, who is the UKTIN Transport and Logistics Working Group Chair, Mike Dawson, the Transformation Director from Belfast Harbour, and also Chris Founds, Director and owner of CJ Founds Association Limited, who we heard from just before lunch, so you may recognise the face. So, on to that. Jonathan, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ian. First of all, thank you, everybody, for coming back after lunch. It's really made us very enthusiastic for this, so there's no snooze and you lose going forward. We've got some interesting things to discuss, but first of all, I'd like to put in that we're in a very special building, this College of Physicians, and that's going to actually come into my introduction and how I look at transport. But first, a couple of statistics, which I just want you to bear in mind, and I need to do this because of my eyesight. UK transport and logistics accounts for 5.6% of UK GDP. It's an enabler for trade and commerce. Exports are approximately 30% of GDP. Three-quarters of local authorities host at least 1,000 logistics jobs within their regions. So that's three-quarters of all local authorities. 98% of all food and agriculture produced moves via road. 89% of freight is moved on roads. 2.5 million people are employed across the domains of aviation, maritime, rail and road. And 1.86 million are in road transport and storage. The industry and road transport and storage contributes 13.5 billion to the economy each year. And the ONS trade stats for 2024 up to the end of November is 1.699 trillion. So please bear that in mind as we go through this, that behind all those stats, there are multiple use cases. And I then want to move on to this building and the analogy that I like to look at transport in the UK. It's a bit like the human body. Within the human body, we have arteries which take blood from the heart and transfers it around the body to various organs. We have major veins that take oxygen back into the heart, and you have capillaries that link in all parts of the body. Unless that is working properly, you get lots of different things like diabetes, gout, and everything else. So if I look at that with a view to the UK transport industry, that's covering all those 4 domains, we have ports, airports, motorways that are the artery of the country, right? And it moves passengers and it moves things up and down. We have A roads which connect into regions, and we have the capillaries, which are the local roads which support the rest of the body, all the regions. So it's an important thing to think about that and how it connects. And those organs that we're talking about are things like the medical sector, the manufacturing sector, you know, the defence sector. Everything that sort of comes into the country and goes out the country covers multiple sectors. So I think we're an important part of the infrastructure for the UK, and connectivity now is absolutely vital. And I'm just going to throw in another piece. 2023, the Digital Trade Bill was put through Parliament. And that means that trade can work on digital transactions. So it's a major improvement to freight and logistics. And, you know, government figures look at about 1.2 billion over the next 10 years will have an effect on the economy and make trading really efficient. And that's going to filter down to all elements. So we've got to talk about transport and logistics. And I think a good point here is to look at that connectivity piece and how that affects us in the UK, with all the background that I've just thrown into it. But it has also a social and digital inclusion. And I'd like to sort of throw that out to Chris. We'll start with you, if that's all right.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't need to do introductions, which is great.
Yep, sorry.
Most of you will be aware I was on the panel this morning. So I'm going to try and give you a slight different slant on some of the work we're doing across Greater Manchester under the 5GIR programme, because clearly it's got a decarbonisation aspect to it. So I think I touched very briefly this morning around our transport corridors, the ones that we're putting our interventions into, being very, very close to a lot of our areas of deprivation and our big social housing estates. So there's a real societal link there around people accessing kind of sustainable modes and forms of transport. So, you know, transportation across Greater Manchester has gone through a big revolution, as most people will know. We've now got the B network, so the whole bus deregulation side of it, you know, taking that ownership back into the public sector. And we've done a lot of work on that. But what, of course, that comes with is an expectation from a resident's perspective around, you know, what else is that going to enable for me? Because ultimately, people kind of want to get from A to B and aren't really bothered what happens in the middle, providing they have a good experience. And that experience is quite often enabled either by making sure we've got reliability of journey times, or that, you know, we can move people in a safe manner. So across Greater Manchester in about 2022, accidents cost us somewhere in the region, you know, for the taxpayer and residents, to the tune of somewhere about £500 million, with all of the different interventions that have kind of happened there, and all of the different organisations who need to be involved. We've got about 626 kilometres of key route network, which primarily is where most of our main transport activity kind of happens. And I'm going to kind of park rail for the moment, and conversations that are going on about, you know, do we bring rail into public ownership to link up, you know, Liverpool, Manchester and Leeds, but I'll kind of try and keep it a bit more hyper-local. So we've got a lot of challenges in terms of kind of making sure the transport network is suitable for the type, you know, for people to use it, and also to attract and change that modal shift as well. So we've done a lot of work through the B network with sustainable and active travel routes, and then also looking at how we move buses more efficiently through the network. So network congestion, safety are really, really paramount. We've got somewhere in the region about 2,500 traffic signals across Greater Manchester. We've connected up quite a lot of them to our local full fibre network. But of course, that kind of social mobility aspect of it is really important to make sure that people have got predictability. And if they want to go and get the bus and get it into the city centre, or go out to work environments, or some of our big, you know, kind of employment areas, there's quite there's a more kind of considered way of how you access that, from, you know, having some device where you can actually see where it's at, rather than turning up at the bus stop and, you know, reading the word cancelled. And having that kind of predictability side of it. So we're kind of seeing that filter right the way down to those end users. And that's a really important dynamic for us to kind of go, you know, if you engage residents in that whole journey, what is it that are the hygiene factors? Because some people will use public transport to connect. So that'll be their only point where they can go and connect to Wi-Fi. Or it'll be, you know, where they actually can go and charge a device, you know, in a particular mode of transport. So kind of from a transport perspective in an urban setting, there's a lot of social mobility that can come with that. And it's where, you know, where we go with that over and above, really, you know, in terms of, you know, what's next, you know, how do we carry on encouraging it? How do we make our transport suitable? You know, we all complain that, you know, we come on the West Coast Main Line or the trains and we can't get signals. But when you're in a real urban setting and that's your only mode and means of getting around, it's got to be really universal in terms of how that appeals to you, so that you have that good customer experience from A to B.
Mike, I mean, you've got some interesting evidence of what you've been doing in Belfast.
Yeah, I suppose to just expand a bit, although James did try to take it all from me earlier, but just to describe Belfast Harbour, it's a very unique institution. An organisation has existed in various guises since 1603. And really it's a trust port, so it's almost a private sector company set up by statute. So the first hurdle for us in everything we do, we are very commercial. Everything is about returning profit. But because the trust port model is about investing in the region, in the port for the benefit of the region, what it means is all of that profit goes back into the institution itself. And it gives us a really privileged position to be able to do things other organizations are hampered by. So the estate itself is 2,000 acres, which represents 22% of the city. We have 30 kilometers of private roads, and as James mentioned, we have an operational port. That's what you'd expect to see, cranes and ships and everything else. But we have a very large public domain as well, which represents 70% of Belfast Innovation District. So we have the local university presences there, we have Catalyst and Incubation Hub there, and really it allows us to create almost a validation and verification environment across a range of topics. For me, one of the critical ones for us was an investment in a private 5G network, initially co-invested with BT in a proof of concept that we've moved into production environment. And then in addition to that, which was mentioned earlier, we have embarked on a journey to create sort of 300-400 houses on the estate in addition to what we have, but ultimately 3,000 in the near term. And that really ties back into the Belfast City Council's agenda. For us, the power of that connectivity, the key thing is about it, is that how does it enable the 760 businesses that exist on the estate that employ 26,000 people? How does it make their business more effective, more efficient? So we do treat 5G as a utility we want to get benefit back out of. But fundamentally, to your point about that, that social aspect, everything else, how do we make the people that visit the estate, work on the estate, live on the estate, how is their experience better than it would be elsewhere because of those investments? And I think that's something we try to work at pace and at scale. There are only 200 of us, so everything we do involves us working with some of the, like I say, the city council, local universities, BTs of the world, Vodafones of the world, Microsofts of the world, all of those institutions, and then small companies as well, small startups. How can we amplify the work that's being done to deliver good for the long term? Because we take a 2050, 2060 outlook, which again is an advantage of the Trustport.
I think it's an interesting point here that we've got a number of different sort of pilots or let's call them organs that are working within the body, right? But there's a lot that's not. And I think that there's an element here, and I think UKTIN, with the group that I'm chairing, is actually quite interesting because it's bringing together lots of partners from local government, from transport and logistics, all different domains and operators, etc. And we're starting to tackle through the toolkits what actually we need to do in these domains from a high-level perspective. So it's not just picking small pockets and developing something. We've got a quick plug for UKTIN. Look on the website. There's some excellent toolkits. But we're looking at what are the blockers, what are the things that need to be hurdles to jump over from a higher level perspective, and it needs to be connected. This morning, a lot of the panels were talking about collaboration. We have to collaborate. We have to get industry, academia, and local authorities and central government to work together to solve and make our body, actually function and healthy. And that means, tackling some hard points. There are a number of parts of the country where social and digital exclusion means that no one can actually create an email. No one can create a CV. We're all talking about getting people into jobs, done tech jobs. If you don't have access to the internet, if you don't have access to be able to do a CV, if you're someone in a very deprived area, and I told you a little bit earlier, I was with a head of a school that took teenagers to Holy Island. There was about 38 students, teenagers, only 2 had mobile phones. Right. So when we all go, well, everybody's got one of these. No, we haven't. So I think that social digital inclusion needs to be looked at. And I think part of, we'll see what the summary at the end of this is, part of that is making sure that there are use cases that have a value against those that can be stacked into what we do.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. It's the compound effect of each of those use cases that ultimately delivers value back to that initial capital outlay for a private 5G network or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be at that scale. And I think one of the key barriers is organizations, institutions not fully understand the so what question with regard to that. So, we'll talk about it later in terms of how do we enable people to understand the art of what is possible when they're busy doing their day job. So you talk about logistics, low margin business. It doesn't take much to go wrong we've seen in Holyhead how it has a terrible impact across what could have been done to help prevent that, or, look at business continuity plans that could have accounted for that or supported it in some way. So I think that's the element of this, gaining an understanding of what it is in a very busy environment and who's best placed to do that. That's what we found. We worked with BT very, very well, putting the network in, looking at potential use cases. But for every use case that small businesses had on our estate, you had to look at other providers that could answer those questions to deliver real value for them.
And there's an educational piece around that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at that social mobility side of it, if you can enable a group of citizens, to actually access things like investment zones and growth areas and locations, but actually make sure the infrastructure is in place to allow them to do that. But actually that experience they have as they are accessing the infrastructure to go from A to B, to go to their workplace, they are then, kind of digitally included because you've got connectivity on, those different modes of transport. That suddenly, that's a wealth generator, for areas, and we haven't cracked that just yet. And then the other challenge I have is that when you then get to the nodes, those modal interchanges, we're back to the conversation I think the panel had first thing this morning about, you might pick up somebody's Wi-Fi network and then you hop onto somebody else's and then you're in somebody else's. And that's a real challenge in terms of kind of that continuity and knowing what you're actually going to be enabled. So, things that are in the transport plan, the vision for 2040 for Greater Manchester, would be trying to think of those seamless end-to-end journeys, whether you're, using rail or using the tram network or you're in, the new, the B network, the buses, or even, if you're travelling through other sustainable modes, walking or cycling to get to those locations, that you can kind of think of how that whole journey stacks up, but be connected at every single point, whether it's cashless paying or, kind of access to something. That's a real enabler for me, and, kind of that's work that we are going to look at. The other aspect for me is sustainability from a social perspective. The actual... The modes of transport we've got in an urban area, absolutely contribute to probably, we're going in the right way, but they still contribute to our net zero challenges in terms of how do we decarb the transport network. One of the single biggest polluters, I talked about the other one earlier, which is obviously, energy from homes and that side of it. So for me, kind of having connected vehicles that give you that data to understand, but then actually understand consumption. So when we talk about our tram network, how much energy is it consuming? How much is it going to consume? And how do we manage it efficiently so that we actually have really, really valuable data to sort of say, what is its net contribution to our, our overall carbon goals and how we do that?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Mike was just going to come in. I was just...
Yeah. No, I was going to say, just on top of that, that connectivity with vehicle infrastructure on our estate, it's an island. It's one way in, one way out. When it's busy, it's chaos. So even if we have things running very well, if a ferry's going to Scotland, it gets caught there. If a ferry's going, if a vehicle's going on the West Link of Belfast, it's not going anywhere fast. So those are real challenges. The experience is very different. We have engaged with a couple of organisations talking about going from Belfast Port to Dublin Port and a connected corridor down. A lot of that's from support through Europe. So people are looking at this, but the experience has to be seamless. If it's not seamless, immediately it falls away. But sorry, I just wanted to say on the connected vehicle piece, when we looked, we're pushing out an autonomous vehicle with a number of partners, Oxy, Versum, Hariba Myra and the likes, that's going to hit the estate shortly. Connectivity, the measurement of data, passenger movements, environmental, all of that's being captured with a view to the future. When you have a number of these types of vehicles running on estates, what does that give you in terms of that sustainability?
And the challenge that we have is obviously, an open network where you can regularize some of it, but other parts are, you've got all sorts of different interactions and freight movements that may, like you say, have decided to reroute because we've got issues on the rail system or a particular motorway, network's closed. That really changes the dynamic. So one of the things that we've done and we're continuing to do is to build this digital twin in terms of movement so that we're really, really clear about how we simulate. And just on the 5GIR programme, we are, with all the sensors we're putting in around these two junctions that we're really focusing on, two sections of key route network, we're looking at doing that kind of data integration back into a digital twin platform to allow us to simulate scenarios and look at what the what ifs might be if a particular instance happens.
Again, I want to come back to, because there are a number of these areas using digital twins. It's not Manchester, Birmingham, Teesside, etc. So again, everybody's doing their sort of individual piece here. My concern is that we are not connected, right? And that we are very often, and I chair the CAM test beds for Zenzik and Business and Trade. So Myra, Millbrook, etc., and Cullum. So technology is, from my point of view, technology is not the issue. No. Right? No. It's actually having a strategy on how we're going to link all this together. And I have to say that also includes government, right? So connectivity spans the whole of industry, academia, etc. It's a lifeblood. So we also need government departments to also think about that.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to move forward and make the body healthy, right, we need it to be healthy up in, Octomukty or wherever, and down in Maidstone in Kent. It's got to cover the whole of the country, and it's got to cover all these different elements. And there needs to be a look at a link between stacking these use cases, but not stacking them in just the individual silos. We've got to stack these use cases and send them across and make sure that we can actually pull together a real strategy.
Yeah, it's the relational piece. The relational piece between those data sets is what actually drives real value from this. It's hard is the problem, and that's where you immediately hit this. And you have to have that coalition of willing partners that will work at a pace, because fundamentally people will go into these things with the best will in the world, but you're only as good as your slowest partner. So it's trying to find people that have the aptitude and the will to drive that forward. Now, as I say, we're lucky. We masters of our own destiny to some degree, and we engage with people that are in that space. But we always have a view that what we do, how do you replicate that for others that they can join in very easily? So the wider city framework, we would like to see what works there can be pulled in very easily outside with less of an outlay for others. So I think if you could get hubs initially that start to show that expertise and people can learn, because there is reluctance because of the business aspect. People are doing their day job.
So it's a hub and spoke type capability.
Yeah, I mean, ours is slightly different in that we've got, we've kind of got the transport authority layer, the local authority layer, and then the combined authority piece as well. So there's a number of different kind of political landscapes to navigate through that. But obviously, it comes down to the asset ownership. So, you're more captive in that you are the asset owner and you're more in control of that. We've got the arteries and the capillaries and the main veins as well. So in an area where arguably you've then got competing priorities, but what we're trying to do is focus on those use cases that are more understood. So safety is a really, really good one. Road safety, we can put some really, really clear metrics around that and sort of say, by introducing sensors at particular junctions where we know we've got, potential clash issues or collision issues, and putting that detection in, and then being able to analyse that and put interventions in place, physical interventions, that's going to support. And then learn from that as you then translate that back into your local road network with the local authorities, so that they are understanding how that technology is supporting it. But we've got other ones as well. Congestion and movement as well are quite straightforward for us. We've got a really interesting dynamic around. So you talked about the human intervention side of it. So with operators, the old school way of doing it is that we have a load of operators and they'll go and adjust the settings, or they'll put interventions in, or they'll find some problem areas. Well, of course, now we're having, we've got the ability for systems to kind of do a little bit of that.
But I think it was Dean actually mentioned it right at the beginning, right? At the end of the day, somebody's got to pay for this, right? There's got to be, how do we fund all this? And, I come from industry, and I got into telecoms very, very late, actually with Ian Smith in the test and trials at Millbrook. But I've always looked at how is this going to be funded? And you need to have ease of business, right? So if companies are going to invest in the UK, and in the telecoms network and infrastructure for connectivity, you've got to make it easy, right? So if you've got to do, 7 code agreements to go 40 miles across a county, right? And each one of those costs £150,000 worth of legal fees.
It's difficult, isn't it?
An American company is going to say, are you crazy? And then also, then you get, local authorities on a code agreement want to use an asset, but you have to do due diligence that the local authority actually own that asset. Try explaining that. These are small little things that are actually in the capillaries, right? The PFIs that we have. Okay, there's PFIs which are blocking out access for particularly small cells and neutral host. that needs to be addressed, and maybe that needs to be addressed at a national level, because it's a very few companies, but you've got 26, 30 different local authorities with PFIs which block the use. So then you're having to spend money on infrastructure which could have been utilised. So I think there's elements there that we need to cover, and hopefully within UKTIN and the Transport and Logistics Working Group will be given the opportunity to continue and investigate some of those things and put recommendations in our toolkits.
Yeah, we've seen, I would say, at a lower level, though, you talk about that cost-benefit piece. Immediately I think of that hopper use case at the DSIT, one of the DSIT projects we're looking at, which completely removes operators on the ground. Okay, so you think of a key 100 years requires 1,000 people running around, 1,000 guys of a certain age, I would imagine as well. None of that exists at the same level, so you're removing all of that out of harm's way. You're allowing one person to do 4 people's jobs. It's not replacing those jobs, it's replacing a pipeline that doesn't exist. And it's also allowing people from different backgrounds to get into that. So when I look at our container terminal, people with disabilities, people from other genders, they're able to do jobs that historically that wasn't the case. So it goes to government agendas on that specific area. It addresses more than just the fundamental transport need. It really does. The future of work is already here. It's very, very different, and it keeps evolving. So, and we know that technology doesn't tend to replace workers; it just shifts them to different jobs.
To a different job, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, we've looked at it at perhaps a more granular level with things like our junction. So if I take the 3 use cases that I highlighted, safety, movement and congestion, but also, throw into that, we talked about direct and indirect benefits this morning. An indirect benefit would be very much around decarbonisation and, put a net zero value against that. But if we take the 2 simple ones that are really easy, we've looked at the 2 corridors that that are part of our programme, and the interventions to get the smart sensors, to get the platforms in place, the digital twin in place, to do the operator upskilling, because that was the traditional way of doing it, and we now need to, kind of like you say, move people into a more technically, kind of enabled role. So as part of that, we reckon about 30 grand to do a particular junction, and these are on the key route network, and we're already seeing a 3-to-1 return on that. In terms of our benefits. So
which is almost immediate.
And if you scale that, 2,500 junctions across the whole of Greater Manchester, 2,500 to 2,400-ish traffic signal control junctions, not all will have that use case in terms of being an accident or a collision zone, but a lot of them do. So if you look at the intervention and then the consequential benefits, suddenly the investment actually starts becoming, quite tangible. The challenge is back to that would fall on the transport body, and it would fall on single settlements, and who is then going to fund it?
Exactly. I think because we're definitely running out of time, and we'll get the old pull off soon. So, one word that we need to cover, right? Going forward, what word sums up what we need to do? Anyone will do.
Collaboration.
Right.
That's the easy one, isn't it? You pinched mine. I was going to say that. I would say vision, because I think we need to be thinking about about where we're going to be. Us using the transport network the way we do now, our citizens and residents will not use it in the same way that they'll use it in 10 years' time. So.
It's the UK PLC, that terribly bandied around phrase, but fundamentally that's the key. How are you going to drive the entire economy?
A strategy.
You're not going to do it in pockets.
Exactly. Super. We could go on about transport moving, using connected corridors out of hours and other wonderful things and CAM, but we can't because we're not allowed to. We can't have questions, can we? It was worth a shot.
It's got a minute for questions.
I did mention you.
That's true. But
thank you very much.
I'm going to be quite extreme in managing time because everyone has a chance to have their say. Classic example of lots more to hear from these guys. So go and find them in the breaks and listen to more things they've got to say. So with that, I'm not going to give you the off the stage thing, but off the stage.
No, off the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so there's some emerging themes coming out of this, which I will talk about a bit later as I wrap up at the end. But now I'm going to welcome the Health and Social Care panel, which today is chaired by Rosemary Kay, who's the Director of Liverpool 5G Limited and eHealth Cluster Limited. We've got Glenda Cook, who is the Planning Manager at Glasgow City Health and Social Care Partnership, or the HSCP. Joining her is Dean Sokolingham, who's the Service Manager at HSCP. And we have a change to the advertised agenda in that Jess Ellis couldn't make it today, unfortunately, but we have some, very keen to welcome some other people to the panel, which is Suzanne Cash, who is the Care Technology Lead, I believe, and Emily Hayes, who is a social worker, who is a social worker, and they will bring to us the health and social care aspects of using connectivity. And I've known Rosemary for quite a long time, and I think the early days of the 5G programme, I was absolutely, and the team, when we were reviewing the bids, were absolutely bowled away by the enthusiasm, the passion, and the sheer transformation that the connectivity can do to health and social care. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Okay, afternoon, everybody. So we're looking here at what impact can connectivity have on end users and what have we learned. So I've been asked to just set the scene a little bit, first of all, from the health and social care side of things before we go into the discussion. So we all know that health and social care is facing great challenges. You can't, every day something new is in the papers about that. It's very complex. I myself, my background was technology. I first came into health and social care when I met Anne Williams, who many of you know, who used to work for Liverpool City Council. And she asked me if I'd do a piece of work on trying to get the care homes to collaborate in Liverpool. That was about 16 years ago. Little did I know what I was getting into and what the challenging task that I'd been set. But the real complexity within health and social care, not only is it a different world, so, when we work in technology and connectivity, it's completely different, but actually health and social care themselves are two different worlds. And not a lot of people realise that. People will know who see me talk on things that if we lump it together, it is not the same. It is completely different cultures, different approaches. They even have their own different languages that we use. We cannot just lump everything together. So it is complex. It's also added complexity in that we have different systems in England, Scotland and Wales. So that's another factor as well that brings in the complexity. And also when, I think it was Keith talking earlier this morning about growth, in the health and social care sector, we tend to talk more about efficiencies or cost avoidance, but also outcomes. It's generating outcomes for people and generating impact. That's really what drives us in health and social care. So as Ian said, our first 5G project was one of the very first 5G testbed and trials programs, which was actually in 2018. So, it's a long time since we've been doing this now, and a lot has changed over that time. At that time, we developed our own private standalone network in Liverpool for delivering health and social care services. And at the time, that was the largest one in Europe when we built that. Obviously, things have changed now over time, but we demonstrated a lot of impacts and cashable savings for services as well. We also developed something called an adoption readiness level tool to sit alongside a technology readiness level, because we said the technology is the easy part of it, it's the human side, which is the most difficult bit, so getting people to focus on that. We shared our learnings widely with a lot of the projects, and actually I was going to, if I had time, I would have done some slides for today, but I haven't. And I look back at my slides, and it was actually one that we shared with Glasgow back in about 2021, I think it was. And one of the things we developed from our projects was the concept of a stakeholder chain, that often when people were looking at adoption, they looked at one particular part of the service and focused on that. And what we said is, you can't be successful with adoption unless you incorporate the whole stakeholder chain. And we took that right from commissioners to care providers, to care workers, to the service users themselves, to their families and everything, and looked at all those aspects to get successful adoption. As I say, we shared a lot of that learning. I'm also a member of the UKTIN Health and Social Care Working Group. Shout out to Dave and Leslie, they're here somewhere. Up there. And at the last meeting, we have regular meetings where we discuss and we're doing case studies. and we're looking at some of the challenges. And I just thought I'd share a couple of the quotes from that. That's chaired by Jeanette Hughes from Scotland, from NHS Scotland. And she was talking about how it's taken 17 years for the pill cam to get into services. So if people are not aware, the pill with a camera in it that you swallow, which can now do colonoscopies, which is much more pleasant than the alternative. But 17 years that has taken from it becoming available to actually getting integrated within services. At that meeting as well, we had a talk from John Vasey from West Midlands, and he talked about the recent Darcy report. So for those of you who are not in the sector, it was a quick review of the NHS in England that Lord Darcy was asked to commission and reported back in November. And what he said in that report is quite interesting, because he said, the NHS remains in the foothills of digital transformation. Indeed, the last decade was a missed opportunity to prepare the NHS for the future and to embrace the technologies that would enable a shift in the model from diagnose and treat to predict and prevent. A case that made in the previous report 15 years ago. So just to show that the pace of introduction of technology, within health and care has been very slow, and we need to speed that up. Also in that report, 13% of NHS beds are occupied by people waiting for social care support or care in a more appropriate setting. Now, remote monitoring at home can do a lot to alleviate that. As well, the current social care sector, which, as Ian has mentioned, is something we're quite passionate about, because after doing that work with care homes, I went on to work with home care providers, and was quite shocked by some of the things I found and how they were treated. So it is a passion of mine still. Where we are now, after recent budget changes, social care sector is very, very flaky, certainly in England. And there's an organisation called the Care Provider Alliance, which did a survey back in November. And they found, in their report, they said, the budget measures are forcing providers to abandon crucial investments. 71% are abandoning growth plans. 75% will reduce or stop digital transformation projects. So sorry to paint a bleak background. There is lots of opportunity and lots of good stuff, but it is a really, really challenging environment that we're working with when we're looking at the adoption of further technology and what we can do with connectivity to underpin and enable all of that. So it is complex, but there are positive examples that we can show about what's been done. And so what we want to do is share some of that experience now and how we can drive that forward. So I'd just like to ask the panellists to introduce themselves first. So, Glenda.
Hello, I'm Glenda Cook, and I'm a planning manager at Glasgow City's Health and Social Care Partnership. And I'm the lead for our Connected Care and Wellbeing work stream, which Barry referenced earlier. And I do promise to cheer you up after that introduction.
It can only go up now.
My name's Dean Socklingham. I'm a service manager in Glasgow City HSCP, and I've been working alongside Glenda and Barry and the team looking at digitalisation within our care home and daycare services.
My name is Suzanne Cash, and I work for the City of Wolverhampton Council. I've got 40 years of experience working across health and social care. And I started off in, kind of private sector residential care. So experience in all of those areas. The last 15 years, though, I've actually been working with technology and looking at how technology can actually support adults primarily around staying well, healthy and independent. I'm working on a number of projects across Wolverhampton, so my position is place-based. Whilst I do try to work in the Black Country as a system, because I think that's really important, my role is around place, so I work across health and social care, looking at how we can adopt tech and stop putting, as a sector, bits of kit in that don't talk to one another. But we'll come on to that, I'm sure, as we go through the session.
Emily?
Thank you. And I'm Emily Haynes. I'm a social worker for City of Wolverhampton Council. I have no technology background at all. But as part of my role, what I do a lot is do assessments for people to find out what their care and support needs are and actually put that care in place. And as part of that, see where tech fits into this and how we can move away from the traditional model of carers first and looking at technology to promote independence and well-being in people's lives.
Okay, thank you, panel. So what we'd like to do now is look at some, bearing in mind that the theme here of what impact can connectivity have on end users, we'd like to ask the panel to share some examples of their, really some positive successes and your challenges as well. So if we could go first to Glenda and Dean from the Scotland examples.
Sure. I mean, the one word answer, I suppose, is limitless. The impact and potential is limitless. And that's been cried out for in our sector. It's been referenced that we're at breaking point, just standing still. So in Glasgow, what we wanted to look at, and we used the telecare service as a little bit of a kind of a stalking horse, to see if we could, as an alternative, use Amazon Smart Property Alexas in conjunction with our partnership with Census. Stephen up the back, he's got a stand out there, go and see him. And they're what we call colloquially a home hub, which has got an encrypted and really resilient connectivity. And our initial proposition had been to put them into community service users' houses. But we also had another issue about connectivity in the Health and Social Care Partnership, which was our care homes had absolutely no Wi-Fi and no digital connectivities. But I will hand over to Dean to see what we then decided to do as our second large live user-based trial.
Yeah, thank you for that one. We currently have an estate within our local authority of about 550 local authority beds that we look after, and 1,500 daycare service available spaces on a weekly basis. So we're looking at 2,000 people for our people who use our service. So we were having real issues with regards to looking at the cost of retrofitting a Wi-Fi system and connectivity within our daycare centres and within our residential homes as well. And so we looked at this opportunity to look at digitalising our homes and giving access, but also in doing so, using that availability of the Alexas to create a little bit of a Wi-Fi hub and draw in the 5G from that, which enhances everybody's opportunities for as you said, a limitless amount of opportunities, both for the staff, the service users, and the organisations themselves, both NHS and the social services as well. So that has proven to be very successful so far. Our feedback we're getting, because one of the things we found, and we've all experienced the legacy of COVID, the word that's almost like Voldemort now, you know, not allowed to say it, you know, but it actually was there. So we all lived through that legacy, and from that in Scotland, one of the things that came out of it was the challenges that families had keeping in contact, seeing their loved ones, being able to communicate with them. And from that, it developed Anne's Law, which has come into force within Scotland itself. And the connectivity allows us a greater opportunity to be able to still do that for families, perhaps themselves who are health compromised, who can't get the access into the home during periods of time where hopefully we won't be having another massive COVID type outbreak. But we all know that there is a potential for outbreaks of various types within the health and social care setting. So it allows us to promote that meaningful contact with them. But it also means that 83% of the people who we look after within our sector are on a journey with dementia. Visiting is challenging to maintain conversations, to hold those conversations without going, I don't know what to say anymore, because it's just repetitious. with the connections using the Alexas, it's allowed families to look at innovative and different ways to pass that time, increasing the amount of time that people are spending with their loved ones in a quality way. So the outcomes both for families and for service users is greatly enhanced as a result of that.
I think that very much touches a lot on the digital exclusion and how we digitally include people. And certainly that kind of social isolation as well, the social value that a lot of folk have spoken about today as well. In the community service users, one of the most powerful pieces of feedback we had was, I've got somebody to say hello to in the morning and good night to at night. And it's not a pity story, because people don't view their Alexas as just a device. They refer to her with pronouns, they call her their friend, and it's really enhanced a lot of people's quality of life. On the connectivity, we should say we gave the homes 5G hubs, which was fascinating. And if you'd seen Dean when he realised he had 5G connectivity in his care home, very exciting.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing.
And can I just, how did the staff embrace all this?
Well, I can talk to that. That, I suppose, comes up as perhaps one of the challenges that we had. People have had a scepticism about Alexas and listening in and holding your information, and so there was a bit of myth busting had to go on there, because the type of Alexas that we have doesn't store the information like they do in your own one at home. So it is specific to this project as well. So we had to go through that, but also touching on what we previously said in the other panels was the tech is there. It's the education and support and how we use that. And so really a lot of the time has been spent showing people what it can do, because people say, well, what's in it for me? You know, what's the gain of me having this within my environment? Does that mean it's more work for me to do?
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, it's not. And we're looking at how we use the Alexas and the education and the support and the training, and saying, well, it's limitless. What else would you like it to do? Right, let's look at see how we can do that. So it has been, there is still a bit there, still needing to be done, especially as we expand that out more. But that is a test of change, and that pilot will then be replicated.
Yeah, so there's great opportunity there to take that further forward.
There is, but I think we can't underestimate the need for culture change.
Yes.
And I think we probably approached this with some, we probably misjudged some of the responses because we had a really negative view about how staff would react. We thought, oh gosh, unions won't get involved, it'll be all out. And likewise, our elderly service users, we thought there might be a large number of them just couldn't cope with this. Quite the contrary. People are a lot more tech savvy than we probably give them credit for. And in their own generations of families, they now can kind of connect with their grandchildren. So it was a lesson, I suppose, not to start off with too much.
Preempt.
Yeah.
Assumption's a bad thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Around about 60% of all users that come into our service come in with a smart device, whether it's a phone or an iPad or some form of connectable device.
So it'll become the norm, won't it, for
so it
people
becomes a
coming
norm.
in?
But not only that, our staff, our younger generation of staff, have an expectation of being able to have digital records, digital accesses, etc. And it's one of those, for recruitment and retention purposes, we need to really try and embrace that, because the younger generation are not going to stay if they can't have the tech to hand. They won't know the last time they wrote something.
Conscious of time, should we move on to Suzanne and Emily? Do you want to share some of
conscious of time, so we will kind of keep to the projects that are current. Although that said, with the last 15 years, we've done a lot. We've been on a journey. I think COVID has accelerated that, recognising that it was a difficult time for people, but in the world of tech, it really did give us a boost, and has really driven a vision in Wolverhampton to really start to explore how tech can really make a difference to a lot of people. So we've got traditional telecare services. That said, lots of different devices out there, and picking up what was said this morning, it isn't about, you know, innovative technologies. It is about working with, you know, technologies that we've got here and now, and looking at how you can utilise those in a creative way. So we are really wanting to continue to invest in, you know, technologies that are available, and we have kind of gone on a journey, not just around the tech, but actually starting to look at, you know, what our vision is for care technology, making sure that there is senior leadership buy-in, so having that sort of sponsor, making sure that we've got sort of governance in place to be able to drive the adoption of tech, you know, making sure that we've got a culture change programme, that we're working with our stakeholders, not just internal stakeholders, our health partners, but actually working with our residents to listen to their voice, to see what, you know, what they want, what makes a difference to them in their lives. And we're using that around our Innovation Region project to start to look at supporting a whole host of people that have got physical disabilities, people that have got learning difficulties, supporting our carers that really are, you know, exhausted in a lot of times because they're having to navigate very complicated systems that you mentioned earlier on. Kind of lessons learned have been very much about, it isn't about the tech, it's about making sure that the whole system is with you on the journey, and that goes right the way through to our, you know, our workforce, our social workers, our district nursing teams, to actually get them to understand the benefits of tech, be able to have a conversation with citizens, residents about, you know, how tech can work for them. You know, having a range of equipment, because it isn't just a one-size-fits-all, it's about having that sort of personalised, you know, needs-led.
It's like you say, it is needs-led, it's the need that's important, that's what drives it. And I think having that, what I call sort of humility and leadership, to listen to people. So all those people in the stakeholder chain, a lot of them know a lot more than we do about what will work and what won't. Yeah. And it is getting all those views. So just to bring in Emily from your role then, about what difference this has made in your role as social workers.
So I think it's really just allowing us to see the possibilities of what's out there. I think we're still in very early stages of implementing tech into care. And it is about that culture change that we've spoke about. So quite recently we've had Will, our tech navigator. He will sit in with the team, he'll join our meetings where we talk about people, and we kind of brainstorm ideas of how we can meet someone's care needs. And Will will say, well, we have this piece of tech, we also have this other piece of tech. They work together to achieve this third piece that none of us even realised. So it's just about that culture change, working with families to let them see the potential. I think a lot of people can be a bit apprehensive when we talk about bringing in technology, thinking that it might mean that we're out to save budget and take away their care and replace it with technology. And it's just making people aware of the possibilities that are out there, that this isn't there to take away someone's care, it's to promote that independence. And we've seen it with a lot of people that we've worked with, the independence they've had through technology has been wonderful to see.
Yeah. You remind me there, I think it was the very first test bed we did a medication management device, which was a bit like an Alexa. And some people were having carer visits for medication prompts, and they didn't like it because they thought, this is going to take away my carer visit, and that's the only person I see. But then other people, like one man said, he quoted to us, he said, you know, can you imagine what it's like waiting in for the gas man every morning of your life? That's what I do. I wait for someone to come between 8 and 11 to help me with my tablets. Now I get a phone call at 9:15 from the device. I can plan to meet my friends at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and some technologies that
so
can actually sort of do that in a different way. Absolutely. I think one of the things that have come out of our project is how people will embrace technology and actually don't necessarily want an in-person visit. So, you know, some of these solutions can actually facilitate a virtual care call, a digital care assistant, and it means then that they have got sort of freedom and flexibility to kind of, you know, do what's important to them, but still have those devices, whether they're standalone like a pill dispenser or whether it's kind of an assisted kind of prompt reminder or virtual call to deliver that outcome.
Yeah, but it's not a one-size-fits-all.
Sometimes we have to think that care is more than just about your physical and your physical health. It's about your emotional well-being as well. And I worked with a gentleman recently that was bedbound through his mobility, and he was also had a visual impairment, so he relied on just having the radio on in the background, something to listen to. But he was reliant on the carers coming in to turn it up, turn it down, turn it over, and through putting tech in that was voice enabled, that control came back to him, and now he's having a fight daily with Alexa because they're struggling with the Wolverhampton accent at times. Don't know why.
No.
But that choice, that small, just that small daily change has meant such a big impact on his life.
Yeah, it is that impact that we can create. So, yes, there are a lot of challenges in the health and care system. We've seen examples of what we can do. There is a lot of opportunity to do more, isn't it? So, as one last question, I think, to each of you, is what do we need to take things further forward?
I think we started this trial just a year ago, and it seems not long ago we were talking about what we're going to do, and now we can come and actually talk about its successes. But it's still, to borrow the phrase, we're still in the foothills of it. There's still development. There's probably more of an imperative for us, particularly in Scotland. We already have 1 in 13 of the adult workforce works in social care, and the demographic trend shows us that we're going to run out of people very, very quickly. So there is much more of an imperative to change the nature of care and move away from this person-to-person care to a different model. And technology is completely unexploited in social care. To the extent that telecare is one of the few services we have that runs on tech. So I think we need to develop it a bit further. We've had some results that have surprised us. People have not been admitted to hospital over 3 months because Alexa reminded them to take their medication. There's lots of savings, but more pragmatically in a care home environment, there's less hospital conveyances. So the savings that brings in not sending a patient to hospital with staff for maybe 12 hours, you require overtime. There's all of that. So there's so much more to harvest from it. And so we just hope to keep going and kind of just develop it a bit further. We're very fortunate in our partner Census, who I've worked with a number of years, and also because Amazon are really on board with us as well. So that's been very, very helpful and positive. So the future is looking quite bright, but it's still at the beginning.
Still a lot to do. So conscious of keeping people from their coffee.
Very quickly, I would like to add that I think it's important we keep it on the agenda. And I think that those above us, the senior managers, the strategists, keep it in the strategy, keep it as live, keep it as being one of the most important things that we need to do going forward.
Okay.
I come back to having that robust business case and having a model that can actually demonstrate our return on investment, because ultimately with our future council challenges, and going back to the word tight, you know, we have to, our directors of adult social care absolutely want, they're convinced that tech works and it works in prevention, but can actually deliver some savings. So for me it is return on investment, business case.
Okay.
And I think as a practitioner, it's knowing that these schemes are here to stay, that actually we're not just looking at pilots, putting things in, getting used to them, selling hopes and dreams to people that we work with, and then them being whipped away as quick as anything.
That's a very good point. I mean, as you're saying, isn't it, that the NHS has more pilots than the RAF, and, in case of pilotitis. Thank you very much for your panel, for the panel, everybody, and thanks for summing up on that. And I think, you know, from what we've heard there is that, yes, there are big challenges, but I think what the testbeds and trials and the 5G projects have enabled us to do is try things out, demonstrate the outcomes, start that business case question. I think the next step is, I mean, we started, I think, with our projects, we started talking about stackable use cases, then we started talking about stackable business cases, but now I think it's even higher than that. It's within the policy and the strategy level to make sure that that commitment is there to carry things through. And I think that's what's going to take things forward.
At ground level, we know as practitioners that tech is an enabler. It achieves really good outcomes for the people that use it and their families. And we want to be in a position where we have to stop trying to convince of that because the evidence is out there.
We've got enough.
We've got enough. Let's just do something now that is sustainable and long term.
So it's that commitment at a high level and policy to take
Absolutely.
forward. Thank you very much. Am I all right?
Thank you, panel. I always like hearing from these guys because it's something really tangible. Everything here, it makes a difference to people's lives, be it the transport and logistics, the agri-tech and the other stuff. But we can really start to see the benefits of how technology can really change things. And I know, working with you for a long time now, Rosemary, that overcoming some of them cultural changes is some of the hardest things to do, to get people to think in a different way. And I think what you're doing and starting to, and I love the phrase, you've used it before with me as well, more pilots than the RAF. It's just, let's move into action now. Let's make these things happen. So thank you very much. Right. Forward, give it another one. Okay, so we have a 10-minute comfort break. Whatever a comfort break means to you, feel free to go and do it for 10 minutes. And I will see you back here at 14:55 or 2:55, where we'll be talking about manufacturing. Thank you. Right. Hope you enjoyed your comfort break and whatever that comfort may be. We're into our last session of formal panels. We're going to have next up is the manufacturing working group panel, where we talk about the impact that connectivity can have on end users and what learners have we learned, which you may have spotted is a theme through all the panels this afternoon. So I'd like to introduce you to the panel. The chair is Dr. Seaver, who will be taking us through it, accompanied by Dr. Mike Short, who's the Chief Architect at the SATAPS Catapult and also the Chair of UKTIN's Advisory Board, and John Riley, Connectivity Theme Lead for the National Manufacturing Institute of Scotland. So thank you, panel. Over to you.
Thank you. Welcome both. I'll do a bit of introduction to what I do. My name is Siva and I'm Head of Digital at Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre. I chair the UKTIN Manufacturing Working Group. In my day job, I look at introducing tech in advanced manufacturing, particularly aerospace and defence sector. It's not just introducing tech into a factory, it's also about the supply chain and SMEs and all of them. Do you want to do a quick intro?
Well, just very briefly, I've had 30 years in mobile and 5 years as Chief Scientist in the Department for Business and Trade. But in the last 2 years, I've had a portfolio approach, which includes being Chief Architect in the Satellite Applications Catapult. The Catapult looks at taking research and innovation into market impacting areas. But one of the key things for this debate is that satellite will add to coverage capability as well as some of the coverage that we might need going forward.
So yeah, John Riley, Connectivity Theme Lead at INMA. So yeah, I've had about 10 years in industry experience looking at connectivity and the data, working at NMIS about connectivity for manufacturing. We've got Scotland in the name. We work with everyone, not just Scottish people. And yeah, the whole idea is to push through this data, the whole industry 4.0, and we've been looking at lots of different wireless communications, 5G being one of them, and we're working quite closely with the Ayrshire Council with the 5G IR project.
Good. I'll start to set the scene a little bit because the manufacturing is a slightly different beast compared to the other verticals we heard this morning. We would have always heard about a number of use cases. Quite common one is like things that move in manufacturing, like robots, classic example, and then the workers, they move around. But the less known type of things, like things do not move. So something like machines, we call nomad terminals. So they just sit there for most of their time, but one day somebody will turn up and ask it to move around, and now you need to deal with that situation. And then you have, some people just wanted to replace wires. It's not a real case for wireless being the thing, but it's sometimes best not to have wires. That's the situation, that kind of use cases exist. But there are other types of use cases as well, something like across the supply chain, outside the factory, multiple factories connecting together. We spoke about private networks today, but also public networks. In some cases, you will need a connectivity beyond a single business boundary. So in the UKTIN forum, as well as other forums we started identifying a number of use cases. But also the tech is quite different for different customers. So the larger businesses work in certain ways, and then the smaller businesses will need something else. It might not fit. And the way suppliers approach manufacturing industry, in my opinion, has to be slightly different. It's a legacy industry. The priorities are sometimes different. So along those lines, do you want to talk about it, Mike? What do you do in your projects?
Well, let me just go back a few years because I have the benefit of age, if I may put it that way. Back in the 1980s, early 90s, manufacturing was very much, they wanted the cell phone, often the size of a brick. But today, it's much more about, can they have private networks which might route the calls directly to an extension in a factory? Can they use telecommunications to help with their supply chain? Can they use telecommunications, voice and data to help international collaboration with that supply chain or with their key specialist partners? In the factory itself, clearly there's been a lot more movement over the last 8 to 10 years on connected machines, so that the management of machines with connectivity works well, whether it be with Wi-Fi, cellular, or other technologies. Some manufacturing, though, relies on a campus environment or an industrial state environment or a science park environment. And I happen to work on a science park called Harwell. Now, we are putting in place a private 5G network with the help of Oxfordshire County Council and some DSIT money, and that was briefly referred to by Vodafone. Why is that needed? So if we think about the manufacturing of scientific research, it's needed for better collaboration both on the campus and to and from the campus. There is a lot of interest in connectivity being resilient, not just for voice, but for data analytics, for the measurement of big data. And if we look at this from a satellite point of view, we also need to think about how does that connectivity play a part in the satellite area. But we have other clusters at Harwell, such as quantum, such as medtech, such as energy tech. So some of those, to get the collaboration going, helps to have better connectivity for better data analytics, better efficiency, and dare I say it, attracting the right skills. There are some skills shortages which will only be fixed with connectivity. You can't get everybody to one location all the time. Collaboration is necessary, but attracting skills to a 21st century manufacturing environment is key.
Thanks, Mike.
So for myself, I think I'll just be reiterating some of the points that were said earlier. It was at the heat pumps, it was like retrofitting. So manufacturing, a lot of the manufacturing sites I've been to, you're looking at old machines, and when I say old, you're talking 60s machines. There's lots of dust, dirt all over it. So it's how do you retrofit and get the connectivity to these machines and get the data out of them? because yes, you can buy a brand new modern machine and it'll have things already in place, but a lot of the companies that I'm speaking with is you're having to retrofit. Nobody has the money, I guess what we've spoken about all today, nobody has the money just to go out and spend hundreds of millions in creating their manufacturing shop floor from that kind of digital perspective. They want to retrofit it. So a lot of it I see like that. Obviously we showcase the new stuff, but I think retrofitting is the way forward within the UK. It's going to have to be.
It's quite interesting, like, you know, some use cases, Mike, you mentioned, like using satellites as a means of connectivity. But I always see a divide in the use cases manufacturing. Some of them are very technical, very advanced, so sophisticated. Some of them are very simple, like, you know, but the challenges are quite different again. Legacy is what you mentioned, you know, it's probably not a connectivity problem, it's a digital transformation problem. You know, some of the tech I've quite seen, like, you know, closed loop control, and then consuming data from a robot that moves at a certain speed. It can generate about 25 megabytes of data in a second. How do you get it all? So these are two different extremes. In some cases, like somebody just wanted to connect a machine which was never been connected. So I've a number of times seen when we walked in with 5G and everything, they're like, can we just connect a machine in the first place? So it's just a kind of, you know, an interfacing problem. Do you see this different spectrum of use cases?
Well, manufacturing is huge, but if you don't look at it by sector, you can misfire badly. So people who are making, let's say, machines are quite different to people who are making biscuits. People who are making consumer electronics are quite different to making perhaps precise art and crafts. You know, the volume equation comes into this. It's got to cost in, otherwise you won't do it. But connected machines are part of this, and the bigger mechanized plants tend to have software upgrades where connectivity makes a difference. They may also need to feed data from the machine itself to give an indication of output. The security may vary by sector as well. You know, if you're in manufacturing defense equipment, one would expect to have very secure connected machines in that environment. So I think it depends partly on the sector, but it's got to be cost effective in the mix. But, you know, I designed some of the first private networks back in the 1980s, and then it was more about, can I just help to reduce my cost and become more efficient?
But what do you think in your perspective, like
Yeah, the same again. I think it's just that with the cost of, you know, going for latest technology, you need to have multiple use cases there. Again, I think the previous chat was about return of investment. I think that is really, from my perspective, how you convince businesses to do it. So that's why you need to, if you're looking at 5G or looking at these advanced wireless communications, you need to have that multiple layered use cases just so you can say, this has brought me additional benefit, and that's always a challenge.
It's interesting you mentioned about different types of use cases and the cost associated with it. Is cost a major barrier in manufacturing, or are we making a mistake in, you know, just over focusing, or are we quantifying the cost problem in a?
It's maybe an educational problem as well. For as much as I spoke about early legacy, like, you know, I guess when I brought up legacy, it was the fact that we're talking about 5G. These are big buzzwords, big technology words, and I'm talking to people who haven't even plugged a cable into a machine, let alone got a wireless communication. So, yeah, it might just be an education thing that most people hear 5G and go, that sounds expensive, it's not going to bring benefits. But originally, how NMIS got involved in 5G was our previous CTO had implemented a 5G network, and just the cost benefit for them was the replacement of cables. You know, they didn't have to run lots of cables. Again, that was at a large scale, and it was only after the fact, once they used that use case, did they realise, oh, we saved money here, X, Y, A, B, whatever. So it's possibly just an educational problem as well.
I think cost is a factor, but I don't think it starts there. I think understanding and education is usually the big issue. How do you share knowledge about what can be done and then make sure the use case fits? But I don't think cost alone should be singled out. I think coverage is an important issue. You know, unless you've got confidence that the indoor and the outdoor coverage meets your needs, you may hold back irrespective of the cost. Unless you're convinced it's secure enough, you may hold back irrespective of the cost. But when I look at the use cases today across the world, frankly, the variety of use cases is multiplying, and manufacturing is part of that, because everybody needs to be efficient. Their supply chains need to be organized, and the productivity and efficiency points I made earlier on play in. So you may save money in some cases. I'm always surprised when I see John Deere tractors at the big consumer electronics show in Las Vegas every year. And they are promoting connected tractors because they can think they can help to make farmers more efficient, particularly on the big North American farms. Maybe that'll become more efficient over here in Europe as well. But it does depend on the size of the farm and being fit for purpose. We could look at manufacturing of other things if you like, but I think the variety of use cases is multiplying.
The requirements are quite diverse. Do you think the supply of telecoms equipment and tools that needs to connect everything is it ready? Where do we stand with the supplier ecosystem? Are they the right products we've got here?
Well, if we go back 4 or 5 years ago, we could see there were insufficient right-priced devices to connect to 5G networks. So we've got to keep devices supply in step with networks. And I would say that applies to satellite as much as Wi-Fi, as much as cellular. But I would also say that the supply chain is bigger and more varied than ever on a scale. I mean, it's expected there'll be 2,700 stands at Mobile World Congress. Yeah. 2,700 stands and 110,000 people. I mean, that is a huge scale industry. So the choice will increase, even if there are some short-term shortages in some areas. Some would say technology push is not a good thing, but in the end, some of the technology will arrive. But it depends really on the innovation and the demand, not just the innovation alone.
For myself, I think the user equipment side of it is where the challenge is. There's not much of a demand for it, so therefore these suppliers aren't providing these 5G routers, user equipment, whatever you want to term it. And it's only through ourselves having gone through these as a research technology organisation we get the chance to test and trial these things so we can tell industry. That it was only going through that did we realise, when we've been sold something that's 5G capable, there's a big asterisk there, and then that's the lessons learned. And this is where I think myself and at EDMIS, it's like, how do we tell industry these are the challenges? This is how we need to let them know that, yes, this could be really good at technology, but there's steps there that need to be improved. And that's where I think potentially we need to have 5G brought as a complete package. It's not just here's a 5G server, here's your antennas, you figure the rest out. It needs to be here's everything you get, and all the end user is doing is plugging their machines in, whether it be Wi-Fi, whether it be RJ45, whether it even be Bluetooth, something like that. So I don't know if there's a supply and demand, that there's not enough people asking for this, so therefore they aren't making it. And again, I think the previous talks you spoke about that, is the volume thing. These are difficult areas, so there's not a lot of demand, and they don't want to do it because it's not necessarily.
This is where I find it quite interesting, because most of the other verticals, the end user is a common man. But in manufacturing, the end users they've got very peculiar requirements, and then the number doesn't make the justification for telecoms or supplier equipment vendors to make a change. Do you think this is a problem? Like, do we have enough requirement, at least in UK, to convince these people to go and change something?
Just some numbers, if I may start. So over 12 billion subscriptions at the end of last year for mobile. It's the biggest consumer electronics industry on the planet. There are more mobile devices available than any other consumer electronics device. So it tends to be viewed as a huge market, but also mainly a consumer market, because the majority of the population of the world are consumers. However, there are requirements for lots of verticals that can be served by the economies of scale that go with a global market. So the defense industry are adopting telecommunications in a big way. I would suggest the energy industry, police and emergency services, the healthcare industry we've just heard from. There are many sectors that can benefit from the economies of scale. We need to avoid force-fitting technology into every sector. I would agree with that. But I would also say that the manufacturing side can benefit. On the transport side, I think the car industry is working through what its relationship with telecommunications should be. You know, we have eCall, emergency calling in every new car for the last few years, but that's based mainly on 2G today, GSM. When 2G is phased out, what is in the car to give you eCall, emergency alert services to your, to keep you safe when your car has an accident? So we can't force fit the technology into every sector, but there is huge demand and huge potential there based on the economies of scale. Now, on the manufacturing side, I think there are lots of use cases, but they won't be the key driver market.
So when you say, can you clarify, when you say key drive for the market, does it mean the supplier ecosystem?
I think the volume drives the market globally.
Right. Okay.
Therefore, consumers will have a say in that, and they will have expectations in that quite reasonably. But there will be other use cases that can benefit from the low cost profile because of the huge volumes of network equipment as well as consumer equipment.
What's your thoughts, John?
Yeah, I would say very, very much similar there. I just don't think there's the demand for it, so therefore they're not making it. But again, I think manufacturing is, as you said, quite a diverse industry for technologies because, yes, we will want handsets, but other cases we'll just want to be getting routers to connect lots of multiple machines, have that reconfigurable factory. So if we don't have the user equipment at the end there to do that, then it's kind of a chicken and egg. We need it there so we can show it and it's like easy to implement, but we're not getting it because they go, well, there's not a demand for it, but there's not a demand for it because it's never been seen to be done as a kind of simple implementation.
I think we need to be prepared for surprises as well.
Yeah.
Who would have thought we would have had a mobile camera phone 25 years ago this year?
Exactly. Yeah.
Who would have thought that mobile money, which allows money transfer from one mobile device to another, would be handling over $32 billion a month globally? Yeah, these are huge markets that can happen quickly with surprises.
I think like the service-based manufacturing, manufacturing as a service, there's a new evolving model and, you just need a box and some intelligence. You don't need to really know how to make something, so somebody else can feed the information from a remote distance, and then that box plant will produce things, Saying that, but the devices, the demand and the supply is one thing, but if we get the right devices, if we get the right network, is it a problem the manufacturers, they need to make sure everything works, or is it the telecom side who needs to make sure everything works, or is it like an integrator in the middle has to do all of this? Can one party do all of these?
In some cases, one party can do everything, but it's usually a distinctive device vendor, a distinctive network vendor, a distinctive operator, and maybe some systems integrators or sector specialists who may pull it together in some cases. For consumers, it tends to be a direct-to-consumer sale, either in a shop or through an online outlet, but that doesn't necessarily have to mean an operator. It could be a mobile virtual network operator or a specialist online sales organization. In satellite, I think we can see some markets have developed and some still need more time. So if we look at the satellite market with mobile, clearly satellite operators are selling backhaul to mobile operators today, but we don't yet have many direct-to-consumer devices. The devices that do exist tend to be on a satellite network and mainly for business or marine or specialist purposes. So we don't yet have the economies of scale on satellite devices. But that will come. There's enough interest in that area for it to grow fast. In areas like NTN, non-terrestrial networks working with terrestrial networks, we'll also see growing convergence of those networks in the same way as we saw the gradual convergence of Wi-Fi and cellular in earlier years. These don't always begin straight away. There may be sometimes too much hype. The iPhone, which was launched in 2007, had no Wi-Fi, but the later versions have. The early versions, the latest versions of Apple certainly have a satellite capability for basic services today, but not in every country yet. So these things take time. Manufacturing can benefit from this as well as consumers, as well as from governments.
And also, this is the traditional way of working in manufacturing. Manufacturing, in my opinion, never let anybody else to play with their factories. You know, it has to be fully owned and controlled, so they, you know, in any minute what can go wrong, because anything stopping is a problem. You know, in our Oreo factory, if you stop the production, you're going to make like 10,000 Oreo biscuits in a different shape. You don't want that. You know, in some other, in my kind of industry, aerospace, so certain things, if you find a mistake in an aircraft production line, you need to report it back. By the time you report it back and then they send you a resolution, there are 2 aircrafts past that with the same same fault. So things has to be fully controlled, you know. So now we are bringing different players into this. You know, you are bringing equipment vendors, telecom operators, Ofcom integrators. Isn't it a, you know, a very uncomfortable situation for the manufacturers? How can we deal with this?
Yeah, I think it would be very uncomfortable, and that's kind of one of the arguments, and one of the reasons we started looking at 5G is, can we compare that to other types of advanced communications and see how simple, how easy it is, or what the challenges are, because, you know, most IT people will know how to set up Wi-Fi. You know, it's simple RJ45 cables, PoE plus, and there you go, got it in place. They don't need to worry about it. With other technologies, they're having to read up and become, as you say, experts. They need to be able to implement. They need to understand even the terminology spoken about in these different advanced comms. So, yeah, I can see where it would be challenging for businesses to try and take that leap forward and go into these kind of 5G technologies.
Can I just say that, though, in some manufacturing areas, connectivity is already absolutely vital. If you look in the electronics industry and you see how they work from design through to added value design, through to the foundry, not always in one location, not always in one country even. You know, some of that requires communications, and some of the data transfer between those factory locations is enormous. Some of the skills are not all in one place, because some of them are highly skilled in a specialist area. So whether it's biscuits or something else, we need to see what is the use case per manufacturer, and that may hold back the adoption in some cases. But the productivity gains, particularly with data gathering, fault finding, maintenance, software updates, most of that requires connectivity. It can be done by an expert on the ground in the factory, but I'm not so sure that's always going to be possible, particularly as supply chains have become more international. You go to countries like Japan and you can see the real labor shortages there, and therefore a need to adopt more robots, both in hotels as well as in factories. They therefore are looking at connectivity for their robots to be more efficient, but also because the skills are just not available.
That's fantastic. So skills is a problem. But as a nation, you know, there are countries in some ways slightly advanced, like China, Germany. You know, they are slightly well ahead of us in the manufacturing domain, manufacturing 5G domain. We've done quite a lot of test bed and trials programs, you know, other research style programs. There's a bit of a commercial buy-in as well, you know. Are we doing, or what's missing here? Are we doing the right things here, or are we in the right time doing the right things, or what's going on?
Well, I think we've done lots of good trials and test beds, but I think as per the talks this morning, adoption of business cases are now absolutely vital because money is tight. If I was to go forward, I would say, why isn't the government not just removing the planning barriers to certain investment in telecommunications, but why is it not integrating some of the pro-telecommunications approach? So why would any new science park or business park be built without 5G? Why don't you make sure it's built at the beginning? Why would any housing estate not be built with advanced communications? Why would any stadium be in operation for the top leagues of soccer or rugby or cricket without a connected stadium where you could watch video replays from your seat, where you could book your food and your next event from your seat? Why would we not be in a digital world be planning for those new build projects with telecommunications fully integrated? some of the data requirements really are going to drive that as well. It's not just the skills requirements, but some of the data requirements. So how can you help maybe with footfall at stadia as well as safety? How would you work more efficiently with better data gathering than we have today? The idea of paper tickets, I think, is rather quaint. The idea of paying for something on the tube with cash, I think, is also quaint. So that's the pace of change I think I've seen, and I think it will simply continue.
It's a standard level thing, isn't it? You know, that's.
Well, I mean, there is a new organisation just being set up called the Regulatory Regulatory Innovation Office, which is in DCIT. It's looking at how can you remove regulatory barriers to investment in infrastructure and things like that. So that's a good thing to look at removing regulation, but they will need to keep some practical measures in place that, along the lines of my example. I also think the new Treasury-led NISTA, N-I-S-T-A, will be very important in terms of what they say about the future of infrastructure investment. We'll see some more announcements, hopefully, from the government this week on that.
Good, good. We spoke about you know, use cases, adoption issues, integration issues, and then NICE and skills. It's really great. We've got some time, 2 minutes, if somebody wants to have a question.
Right at the back.
Oh, one over there.
Yeah, and right to the front.
Shout out. You can shout out then.
It's really interesting you talk about the pace of change and it can happen really quickly. But people like myself, I've spent over 11 years now trying to educate the construction industry and the commercial real estate industry that we do need connectivity in a new stadium. And we do need connectivity in a new hospital. And it's taken 11 years for Everton to build that into their new stadium this year and for Midlands Metropolitan to put it into their new hospital last year. So it isn't as quick as you suggest, because 11 years later we're still educating them to do that. And there's an event across town right now, Spaces UK, talking about how technology can go into the construction and real estate industry. And it's still very, very difficult to get them to listen. I've talked to architects and cost consultants and everybody in the whole infrastructure of construction, and it's still not an accepted thing that needs incorporating. It's not a question.
It's a comment. It's fantastic. I think that's.
It's the convincing. It's the convincing of people, and what we've spoken about all today. It's that return of investment. How do you convince people to do it? And it's at the end of the day, it's pounds and pence. We need to say to them, this is how you make your money back by implementing it. If these construction sites do it, can they add more costs when they're selling the product, and do they get more back from it? But yeah, it's pounds and pence. How do you convince people that everyone's excited by technology? It sounds fun, it's all good, but it's pounds and pence.
Just a brief comment. There are very few, there are many companies in this country that don't even have a website.
Yep.
So I'm not blaming the construction industry. I think there are many who need to understand the benefits. And maybe we've been wrong as an industry in not describing the benefits in language that maybe those businesses or the construction industry understand. I've seen some fabulous work done with drones and aerial computer vision type activities, which has improved the maintenance and safety and cost efficiency of lots of parts of the construction industry. If they haven't all got it yet, then that's up to them. They just need to have help with the understanding.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Cheers. You do that,
Thank you, panel. Really interesting. A few things that jump out from that. It's around complexity. When I've been speaking to people about manufacturing and using 5G, and they kind of draw a blank and go, hang on, so low latency, high bandwidth doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not a telecoms engineer. I can't understand it. It needs to be simple, it needs to be out of the box, it needs to be managed by my IT department. So that brings another way of thinking back to innovation. Is not just about technology. Innovation is also about people's mindsets, the way people think about things, the way the manufacturers build their equipment. I think one thing that also gets overlooked a lot, and it was touched on in that last panel, is the operational aspects of something. And just want to really make the point of, you're running a production line that's banging out thousands of widgets a minute, and then suddenly it goes down because something's not working. You can't just press reset and hopefully it'll all come up, because by which time you've absolutely broken the production line. So the operational aspect is also key, which is, again, new processes, new ways of thinking, new ways of doing stuff. So the technology will help, the automation will help, but it just starts to bring the focus into different areas that are traditionally not really thought about. So that's kind of the cultural mindset change that goes in there as well. Anyway, I want to talk about tractors, because someone talked about John Deere, and we've got the agriculture guys. So if you'd like to come up, please, thank you. Now, I'm a bit of a fan of agri-tech, I've got to admit, because I like seeing technology as an engineer. I like seeing technology being applied to problems, everyday problems that really make a difference to things. You want the clicker? You need the clicker, that's correct. I've been keeping an eye on these guys in the agriculture and the agri-tech working groups, and I'm really interested to hear what our chair, Ian Cox, who's the Innovation Lead, Agri-Tech Centre Innovate UK. We've got Rachel Williams, consultant for the West Sussex Growers Association, and Sophia Long, who's the project manager for the North East 5GIR Agri-Tech project associated with Newcastle University. So over to you guys. I want to hear more about Massey Ferguson, John Deere, automation, crop rotation, and, you know, not leading the witness, sir.
Do you want to give the talk, or should
No.
I mean, it sounds like you know plenty about it already. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, we're the last ones before your cup of tea and the networking and going around the exhibition again this afternoon. As Ian said, I'm Innovation Lead for the UK's Agri-Tech Centre. There were 4 Agri-Tech Centres, but we merged them last year. Or they chose to merge, shall we sort of say. But in their life, the £18 million initial investment, they generated over £600 million of follow-on investment with the companies they work with, over 500 of them, generating 250, 300 jobs there, several hundred academic papers, quite a few sort of university students use their assets. I think Exhibit A here on that front. But they actually did an awful lot of good out there in the world. So I look after the Agri-Tech Centre. It's got a network of 22 farms out there, and it works with other farm networks. So testing and trialling of new bits of kit or existing bits of kit and getting them to work properly together is one of the key functions that the centre's going to be doing. So why is agriculture?
Oh dear.
And we're right. Ooh. Nope, that shouldn't be there. Keep going. Don't see that bit right. So why is agriculture important? Very simple. Neil Gaiman put it very simply. He sort of said that without food on your plate, we're only sort of like 2 meals away from anarchy on that front. As it says there, we produce about 62% of the food that we eat in the UK. Doesn't sound that much, but actually it's a damn sight better than it used to be before the Second World War on that side. So we're actually growing more than we used to. Not as much as it was in the heady 80s, but we sort of produce quite a lot there. But we only produce about 50% of the vegetables and 16% of the fruit consumed in the UK. So we actually import quite a lot of some of the sort of basic healthy foodstuffs that doctors and healthcare professionals tell us that we've got to eat on that front. It only employs 462,000 people. It's not many people in 1.4% of the UK's workforce, but it feeds into the largest manufacturing sector, and this is what people don't realise. We should have been on the previous talk as well. But it feeds into it is the largest manufacturing sector, food and drink, and it's bigger than automotive and aerospace combined. And a lot of people don't realise that, but it is a huge bit. So if you like, it's the main sort of supply chain in there, into that sector. And it does a huge job managing sort of 71% of the UK's land out there. Without that, it'll be sort of growing a bit wild, and you'd have to find other uses for it. But we do suffer from a lot of food security threats, as you saw with COVID. We suddenly couldn't get people into the country to pick the crops. We had the Ukraine war there, and why you saw the price of wheat go up, and that's important because we import a lot of wheat into the UK, and Ukraine and Poland, believe it or not, are Europe's breadbasket. Those 2 countries are vital to the whole supply chain of food for Western Europe and Eastern Europe as well. And we get a lot of volatile prices. The price of fertiliser goes up, the price of agrochemicals goes up, and we see the knock-on effect on the food that we're paying in the shops. It's been going up on average, I think, about 4% a year, and it's not just in the UK, it's been sort of a fairly global price rise like that, a big inflationary pressure out there. And part of that's due to the fact that we're encouraging people to use less fertilisers because of the runoff into the water. Kerry Gideon, is it? Sorry if I said it wrong. They've got a project upstairs talking about nitrate runoff and that in the land, and that's one of the reasons why we're cutting down, asking farmers to cut down on the use of fertilisers along the way. And yeah, so they've got big problems. Next one, right. In terms of some of the bigger challenges out there, sort of the homegrown food's around 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions. If you factor in the food we bring into the country, it's about 20%. But globally, agriculture accounts for around 30% of the world's emissions on that side. So we're actually doing pretty good at home, but we've got a lot more to do. And it is lagging on adoption. So if you say we've got 10% currently, by about 2030, 2040, they reckon it's going to be at least 50-60% of the greenhouse gas emissions from the UK as all the other sectors start to decarbonise a lot faster than agriculture will. So we do have this lag effect. It's also got very ageing workforce. I think most of the workers there are over 60. On that side, the average age of a farmer. We do have this migrant labour dependency there. It's a skilled job, actually picking a lot of soft fruit crops. So these guys come in from abroad for a few weeks, work in the fields, and then move on to the next country to go and do the job. And without that migrant labour coming in through the country, we won't get the crops picked that we need to grow. Got huge. Go backwards. We've got huge telecom sort of productivity challenges out there and disease threats. There's a lot of new diseases emerging, or moving, shall we say, moving up from the warmer climates up to the UK a lot faster than we'd anticipate along the way, which is causing real problems around there for the farmers on that side, and profitability volatility as well. You get very good years there where farmers are able to produce a lot of food, so the price goes down, therefore they can't make as much profit on it like that. They actually, I think some of them do better when when sort of weather's bad and everything, and the price goes up much more like that. It can actually make more profit. But on average, a farmer only makes a profit once in every 3 to 5 years. You wouldn't run a business like that, would you, on that basis? But these guys do. And then the biggest problem out there is that globally, food production's got to rise by about 50% by 2050 to cope with the ever-increasing population out there. It's predicted to get to about 10 billion people by then. Luckily, it should start, that should be about peak population. It should start to drop down again after that. Well, that's the latest projection anyway, but you can never quite tell. But one thing we do know, farmers are tech hungry out there. They do want to have new technology out there. The photograph at the bottom here, the little one, was actually taken, I think, in 2018. It's the hands-free hectare project we ran at the Innovate UK, found some money to run at Harper Adams University there, and that is a hands-free hectare of land where we grow a wheat crop, or Harper Adams grow a wheat crop, and that is driverless tractor and a driverless combine harvester. So we can get, and that was using off-the-shelf equipment. So the university just bought some stuff from Maplin and shoved it into those bits of kit. So you can do it on small bits of kit. Equally, on the right-hand side there, that is not the inside of a cockpit of SpaceX or anything like that, but the inside of a tractor, and that photograph dates back to 2019. But you can see lots of joysticks there, lots of touchscreen panels. So some of the new tractors and vehicles coming out have a lot of connectivity and technology in there. But we've still got a lot of hurdles to overcome, which is why I've got this wonderful group of panellists here that are going to talk through some of the bits we want to address along the way. So can I ask Sophia to sort of introduce herself, please?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for that lovely contextual introduction, because when you work in agriculture, it's nice to set the room up when there's not many people who've maybe been on a farm before. And that was me a few years ago before I got into the industry. So I'm the project manager for the NECA 5GIR project at NU Farms, so that's Newcastle University Farms. And we're focusing on 2 primary use cases. So the first use case being looking into soil monitoring, so remote soil monitoring across the farm on different arable enterprises, but also different research projects as well. So we're maximising research output as well as our commercial output. And then we're also, a second use case is on methane monitoring in the dairy parlour. So we're essentially breathalyzing cows at the moment, or certainly trying to anyway, whilst also maintaining a really comfortable environment for the cattle and try not to disturb their usual activity. We're very lucky to have over 800 hectares of commercial farmland, and so many farms may diversify, maybe having glamping. We have research, so we have many research platforms which we also use for teaching our students, right from undergraduate projects right up to myself. I'm currently a full-time PhD student as well, so incredibly lucky to have that resource and explore these use cases.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rachel Williams, and I work for a specialist branch of the NFU called the West Sussex Growers Association. I'm afraid I want to introduce another term into the room because I'm not an agriculturalist. We are horticulture growers, and horticulture by definition, for those of you that think we're just gardeners, we are gardeners on a very large scale. So we are talking about £200 million international growing businesses in some instances, right down to very small family growers, one of which tends Princess Anne's window boxes in Knightsbridge. And our project very much focuses on how we can improve intelligence within horticulture. We're already using tech quite widely. But what we want to do is we want to analyse the controlled environment. So if you can imagine, a lot of our crops are grown in huge glass houses, and these glass houses might cover the equivalent of 60 football pitches, to give you a context of area. And what we're trying to do within that operation is to do everything we can to optimise the process of photosynthesis to get maximum yield, maximum efficiency out of our crop, with minimum disease and maximum quality. And to do that, we need to be clever with managing parameters like temperature, humidity, light, carbon dioxide levels within that glasshouse setting. And our project is looking at how we measure those, and importantly, how we then use the data that comes out of that to drive decision making in our sector.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Right, so question for the panellists. What do you think are the unique challenges of agriculture?
I would start off by using the quote of "no farm is made equal." We, just at Newcastle, have 3 sites separated over the 800 hectares and very different connectivity at each of those blocks of land. We have completely different topography, we have different infrastructure, and we also have different applications, different crops being grown, different types of livestock being managed. So it truly is a unique, bespoke application for every farm, and I think that really complicates being able to provide a service, whether that be a soil monitoring, livestock monitoring, because every farm is completely different.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Rachel, what do you think?
I would echo that, because we have a similar situation with all of the growers. But I think one of our distinct challenges is the digital skills gap in our sector, and the fact that we already have an ageing workforce, as Ian has previously described, and we now need to upskill that workforce so it's ready to use this technology, but most importantly, to use the data that emerges from that technology to make useful choices and decisions with that. We also have a slightly unique challenge in glasshouse production, in the fact that the metal structure and the glass that encases that can act as a Faraday cage, which prevents signals and connectivity travelling around the glasshouse. So that is an added complication that we've got with this project, in making sure that every area of the glasshouse has connectivity.
In terms of that education side, I'd love to add to that, because currently we're piloting relatively new technology, or we're applying it to a new setting. Now, at the moment, we have the farmers and agronomists there to give their technical advice on how to use the information we're gathering, but we also have people involved in the actual device manufacturing, who are then talking to our research software engineers, who are then talking to me, and then we're trying to make a business case. So at the moment, we have a very multidisciplinary group to access at the end of our fingertip at the university. But ultimately, when you have a finished product, you have to take away all of that. And you have to be able to simplify. So although we're in the pilot stages, we're already thinking of how can we make this box of bits, for example, the soil monitoring, how can we iron out all of the jumps and hurdles we're coming across in terms of connectivity for that to be a usable device for anybody to pick up, whether that be a farmer, an agronomist, or somebody else involved in that supply chain.
Yeah, I've heard that from one of the major equipment suppliers, one of the tractor manufacturers, that sort of said the last thing a farmer wants to see is half a dozen men in white coats turning up to install this bit of equipment on the back of his tractor, because it probably won't survive contact with his barn when he reverses accidentally or deliberately into it on that front. So it's got to be dead easy for them to just hitch it up, plug in, and it'll sort of click the button on the touch screen, or get an answer download the app and make it work on the mobile phone, isn't it?
For sure. And I think it's all about the levels of integration of different members of staff integrating with the farm. So you have the farmer, or the family that are working on that farm, but then you have advice coming in from agronomists as well. So it's thinking about, are we generating data for an agronomist to interpret? Are we expecting it to be at a level where a farmer can interpret? Or actually, are we looking way up the food supply chain? Are we looking at whether that would be something useful for supermarkets or for dairy cooperatives? So at the moment, we're really trying to understand where we should gauge each of these use cases for how we deliver that information. How should it look? So that's one of the big challenges we're coming across at the moment.
Yeah. Anything to add on that, Rachel?
Yeah, I'd also like to add another challenge as well that I think we'd be wrong to omit, and we've heard it a lot already today, is cost pressure. I think just to put that in context is the fact that particularly the recent budget and the effect of the national insurance increase and the national living wage increase has had a massive effect on the growing sector. We employ, as Ian referred to, quite a lot of seasonal workers. A lot of those will not have come over the national insurance threshold in the past. That is now a huge added cost that our businesses need to recover, and therefore increased efficiencies through application of projects like these are even more important.
Well, adding to that efficiency side of things, whereas a lot of the conversations we've had today, it's really brilliant to see how people are integrating and stacking those use cases, but where maybe you're looking at investing in digital infrastructure on farm, it can be really difficult to stack those use cases if maybe you're isolated. For example, we're lucky enough we have a Northumbrian Water up the road that potentially could utilise some of the network that we've installed, which is a LoRaWAN network, but that might not be the case for everybody. So actually spreading that cost between people who can benefit from the technology is really challenging.
Yeah, so do you think sort of interoperability between equipment, I mean, you touched on it before, didn't it, with the stuff you're developing at the university. Do you think interoperability between the different equipment suppliers is a key problem, one of the key problems out there?
I think on farm, obviously being a research farm, it's maximised, but I think we have over 218 different data streams. So the challenge is trying to get those to talk to one another. So that is what we've got a fantastic partner who we're working with on the soil sensors in particular, who provide us with the dashboard where we can view the information. Now, where do we go? Can we give that to an agronomy company and say, right, can we bespoke make this platform integrate with your harvest maps, for example, on my John Deere? Can we get those to overlap and layer? That is where the biggest challenge is, because we want to, again, maximise those use cases. If you stack those layers on top of each other, we can, again, use AI technology to help us interpret those and make it very quick and easy to understand. But farmers are incredibly busy, they're under pressure, and as you said, there's an ageing workforce. So in able to access those digital tools, they don't have an IT department, they are the IT department. So I think it's really interesting to see how we can focus that, because there's great tech out there, we know there's great tech out there, but then most of them aren't speaking to each other.
That's true, yeah. I mean, one of my colleagues put it, red tractor doesn't talk to green tractor, and they won't talk to blue tractor out there. So there is a big problem, but I am aware that there are sort of moves at the European level and globally that the major manufacturers are through necessity now because of declining sales large across the world of tractors and other machinery. They're having to speak to one another and actually start to look at how they can operate together. So that's a positive, if you like, that's come out of that whole bit. So that's good moving forward. Talked about how do we actually get farmers to try things? I mean, the centre, the Agritech Centre, is going to is trialling bits of kit and sort of showcasing it to farmers. Do we need to improve the training and the support given to farmers to get them to feel confident about using the equipment or the new technologies?
Can I take that one first, Ian?
Yeah,
but can
sure.
I say growers? Because we are very much
growers
rather than farmers.
Growers and farmers then.
I think growers are already very receptive to the technology that's out there. I think the barriers have more been cost or connectivity rather than the desire to do it. But I agree there is a skills gap there. A unique part of our project is that we are working with a number of education providers, 2 horticulture teaching colleges, Brinsbury College in Plumpton, Brinsbury College in Pulborough, and Plumpton College in Lewis. And we are working with them to design the curriculum so that it's based around data interpretation and data analysis. And out of this project, we hope that they will also share some of the technology on site that we have in place in the glasshouses, but we will also be able to send them blocks of data through this project so that they can analyse data and the students can actually practice that before they come into the workplace, which will hopefully then transfer to their employability skills. The project also is hoping to involve the University of Brighton, who will actually receive a lot of that data and, as you've already alluded to, try and take some of that noise out of there, because it's not all of that data that is what we want to actually make the decisions with. There's got to be an element of sifting, and we hope that they will help us to do that.
I think that's really interesting. I would say that like you said, the sifting through the information, I think AI can really help us with that. I think people are scared of it, but we've been using AI to basically use 3 very simple measurements, which are temperature of the soil, moisture of the soil, and electrical conductivity. We're using AI to see if we can get anything else of that. Can we estimate nutrients? Can we estimate carbon? Now, for an agronomist or some farmers as well, being able to know at that point in time what nutrients they have available in their soil can massively encourage informed decision making on farm. So I think if we can, again, have alerts coming through and using very simple data metrics to create thresholds that make it almost like you could have a text come through on your phone. And we do have capability of doing that. We have early warning systems for disease. We have early warning systems for pests as well. So it is all out there. It's just bringing that all together and removing the complication of those different data streams talking together, because it can be incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, and I think if we go back to something like the hands-free hectare project behind us there, connectivity is going to be key. If we're going to end up with more automation on the farm, autonomous tractors hurtling around the countryside, and they've got scanners on them to sort of sense all sorts of different things. Could it be that the farmer of the future is more of a data analyst and sitting in front of stacks of computer screens rather than in a cab all day long? So he actually sort of becomes he's sitting down there in the warmth and comfort of the house. May be a good thing or a bad thing on that front, but he's there and managing all the screens and the data and all the different streams coming in. But the data's got to get back to him, hasn't it? Sort of, how can we improve the connectivity on the farm, do you think? Especially as a lot of farms aren't flat. They've got a lot of hills and valleys and stuff like that. And as we've all been talking about today, you can't get a Wi-Fi signal on a train when you want it. Out there, soon you can't even get a good Wi-Fi signal at times in the city, in London and that. So how do we sort of improve the connectivity to make all these advances sort of a reality in the future on that front?
Sorry, you can go first.
I think we need to engage all the stakeholders in the room today who can help us deliver that. I think there is a lot that needs to happen from a local, national government perspective. I think we need DEFRA on board. I think we need to just build all the learnings that we've had today from this room. I mean, there's so many projects that have synergies that we can benefit from. I was talking to Oxford Council earlier about their work that they're doing, getting 5G onto trains, which therefore will have an added benefit to farmers on that rail network to give them connectivity in the field that runs alongside the corridor. And I think there's a huge benefit in learning. We've obviously learned a lot from inputting our projects. I think we've got to share that more generally. And I think we've all got to talk more collaboratively and make sure that we make the most of the mistakes we've made along the way, because we all know that that's what you learn from and that's why progress happens.
I think it's 24% of farmers in the UK can make a call from anywhere on their farm. So there's a huge proportion of farmers that can't do that. That's an NFU survey, look it up, it's interesting. But the reason why, at Newcastle, for example, we decided to investigate LoRaWAN networks, because we do have some 5G connectivity on both farms, is that it's an alternative for basic monitoring systems. And now we have it installed at both farms. We have it collecting methane data twice a day from cattle come in for milking, and we have it pinging every 30 minutes for soil monitoring. You might not even need it 30 minutes, but obviously we're looking at a pilot study here. But we have really enjoyed exploring that alternative because we can have it on farm and be an incredibly wide range and use very low power devices. So I think there are alternatives that can be discussed in terms of connectivity that aren't just 5G.
Right, okay, thanks very much. We've noticed the little clocks flashing away there, but I think we could have gone on for another half hour or longer, but don't know about you, but I'm ready for another cup of tea on that front. I'd just like to say thank you very much to Sophia and Rachel for taking part in this discussion this afternoon. And back over to Ian, so I hope you got your fix of red tractors and green tractors.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, that was really informative. And there's some quite eye-watering statistics in there, isn't it, that farmers only turn a profit every 3 to 5 years. And you think about cost of grain or cost of fertiliser and that sort of thing, and how much that can flex, and that can destroy your profits or it can make you massively profitable. Interesting aspect on, in a bad year, some people will profit from it and many will not. So it's quite a challenging thing. If anyone's watched Clarkson's Farm, I think you'll find that it's quite sobering. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention that with. No, I think it's a very good showcase of what the challenges are to farming, and I won't mention any more about it. But going to bring the formal sessions to a close, and I want to take just a couple of minutes to reflect on things that we've discovered today or heard. I think these events are a great opportunity to come together. I like to call it a community. We come together as a community to share ideas, we learn from each other, we hear different opinions around similar subjects, but ultimately we're here to collaborate, and collaborate's been a key word today on the role of connectivity and how it can transform the UK. I think all the experts, expertise and insights have been invaluable, but I'd like to first thank some people who make this event happen. Without them, we wouldn't be here today. I'd like to thank our speakers, panellists, and the exhibitors. Thank you very much for taking the time out to, first of all, pull this event together, but take time out of your personal days to come and speak and share your thoughts with us. To the exhibitors upstairs who've had to bust a load of kit around, get it assembled, demonstrate, talk all day to people. If you've ever stood on a stand doing this kind of thing, it's quite hard work. So if you haven't had a look or been around them, go and have a look and have a chat with them. And finally, to you, our attendees, thank you very much for your active participation, curiosity, and engagement. But what this has brought to me today is a reminder of the power of connectivity and collaboration. And I think, for me, there's 5 key themes that have come out through the day. The first one is the business case. You've got to build the business cases. No one's going to do this for charity or for free, so you've got to work out what your problem is you're trying to solve, what the solution is to that, have you got demand, and then you can attract investment to it. So you've got to build those classic business cases, all the returns on investments and paybacks and everything else. a lot of the times we were talking and hearing from the panels, there was about keeping collaboration going from various entities that pull together, whatever it is, what sector you're working in, be it agri-tech between the manufacturers, be it the food supplies, or in manufacturing we talked about supply chains. It's all about talking end to end. And I think that was an important point that was made, that these conversations need to be end to end, be inclusive, bring everybody in, and then you start to see the change and the sort of benefits that this technology and this kind of thinking can do in innovation. But culture has also come up quite a lot today. Culture is key. People need to think differently. It's not, oh, we always used to do it like that. And again, reflecting on just the panel we just had, if you think about 50 years when post-war we're producing, the Massey Ferguson of the day had none of that fancy kit that's just disappeared off the screen. That's more like driving a spaceship than it is driving a tractor. So think about the complexity and think about the people who have to operate this stuff. And I think you're absolutely right. Across any of the sectors and any of the conversations we've had today, the skills is really important because, again, it's not we're losing jobs. Technology isn't replacing jobs. It's transforming the kind of jobs we need. And I mentioned earlier that when we go from taking data, collecting data, turning that data into information, doing something with that information, it works across all this. And it's very transparent across many sectors here. You can see that the benefits in agriculture can work in manufacturing. You can see that some of the transport and logistics piece can work in social and healthcare. So they're all interlinked and they can all use similar solutions. So actually, when you build the skills, your skills are actually very transferable. So it's another thing to start to look at. But one thing we did look at through when I picked up and it refreshed my mind on it is if we are technology people, don't talk in technology. You've got to talk in the language of the people you're talking to. So, you know, I could walk into a transport and logistics, walk onto a farm and start spouting about 5G and say low latency, high bandwidth. They don't care. They just want to go, will it make my crops better? Will it make my production line work faster? Will it go broken less? And that's what we've got to do. We've got to start thinking about talking in people's languages and sort of working together. And I think I'll just sum it up in 4 points, really. It's about collaboration, vision, you know, the skills, and ultimately the opportunities are limitless. So there we go. I hope you feel energised. I hope you got lots of new ideas and perspectives to take back with you, back to your teams, your organisations, wherever you're going to take it. But remember, it doesn't end here. This is just a start. The real impact of this event lies in what we do next. I encourage you to take what you've learned, continue the conversations and stay connected with the people you've met today. Keep those discussions going, turn them into actions, and then turn that action into positive change and may really make a difference. So that when we stand here in 5 years' time and have a similar sort of event, we can talk about how all this stuff's been adopted. And I think the point came out from Mike earlier about sometimes you just don't see the things coming. You don't see what the change is going to be. And I think that's something we can all bear in mind, that just because we don't see it today doesn't mean to say something powerful is not going to be there tomorrow or be something different that we can do. So with that, that's all from me. I'd like to once again thank you all for your time, your contributions, and your commitment to driving change and taking on adoption. Thank you.